Chapter 2048. All the private caves were intact and in a sealed state. With his transparent eye, he scanned them and found that they were well preserved. Everything was still there. He opened one of them and searched it up and down. He confirmed that it was a high-level cave of a 5-crown emperor in the early stage of the faction. Inside there were his training notes and many talismans that he had casually made. The power of the talismans was almost the same. They were all at the level of a 4-crown emperor in the late stage. To Suyu they were not essential, but now that evil creatures were everywhere, using them occasionally could save a lot of power. After collecting all of them, Suyu searched the caves one by one and found something in each one. Although they were not very precious, they were of great use to Suyu at present. Finally, he fixed his eyes on a cave in the deepest part of the cave. Compared with the other caves, there was a restriction operating outside this cave, and the restriction was not weak. It was at the level of a 5-crown emperor in the late stage. Judging from the traces left around it, it should have been attacked by an evil creature, but it did not succeed. What made Suyu slightly puzzled was why the evil creature did not attack the other caves. In theory, there were no restrictions circulating in those caves, and they were easier to break. You could not do anything about the restriction of a 5-crown emperor in the late stage. At this time, he could only ask for help from an expert. Suyu touched the 9-jade spiritual pearl with his finger, and a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of him. She was holding a brush in her hand and was practicing her mathematical calligraphy. She was suddenly transported out. She was slightly stunned and looked at Suyu with dissatisfaction. She said coldly, "Lowly human, why did you summon me?" Suyu smiled and gestured at the 5-crown emperor in the late stage with his mouth. Xiao Dai looked sideways and put down the brush calmly. She said lightly, "I no longer eat casually." Before she could finish, Suyu took out a pot of taishu and shook it in his hand. "Really?" Xiao Dai's eyes instinctively burst with a terrible light. She stared at taishu without blinking and swallowed her saliva. His cold and aloof aura instantly vanished into thin air. "Damn it, I really want to strangle you to death and bury my unbearable past." Xiao Dai revealed her true colors and gnashed her teeth. Thinking back to her childhood, Xiao Dai wished she could find a hole to hide in. "Break the seal, and this pot of wine will be yours." Suyu was like a cunning old fox as he spoke with a smile. Xiao Dai stomped her feet angrily and no longer pretended to be cold. She snorted, "It won't be so easy to deceive me like before. Apart from this pot of wine, we'll split the things inside 50-50. Deal." Suyu agreed readily. It was just a pot of taishu. To him, it was like drinking water. He just needed to add some primordial qi into it. It was not difficult at all. As for the 50-50 split, without Little Butterfly, he wouldn't be able to get a single cent. Now that he had gotten 5 points for free, why not? Xiao Dai looked at Suyu suspiciously, feeling as if she had been fooled somewhere. She couldn't help but feel annoyed, as it was extremely difficult to take advantage of Suyu. Humph! With a soft snort, she walked forward and clawed at the restriction with her fingers. What was shocking was that the 5-crown emperor late-stage restriction was actually warped by a single grab. Then Xiao Dai twisted her wrist, and the twisted seal finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed on the spot. As soon as the seal was broken, the two of them rushed inside. Suyu's gaze swept across the place and found a skeleton that had passed away in a sitting position. It was sitting on a cushion in a meditative posture. With a thought, he immediately rushed forward and grabbed one of the skeleton's arms in his palm. Even he knew that this skeleton was the most valuable, let alone someone like Xiao Dai, who was naturally sensitive to treasures. She grabbed the other half of the skeleton and said, "I snatched it first, so it belongs to me." Suyu said, "It doesn't belong to you, just because you found it first." He secretly exerted his strength to snatch the skeleton. Xiao Dai also exerted her strength. Her strength was so great that the skeleton almost broke free from Suyu's palm. Have you forgotten who raised you so painstakingly? Is it really okay to snatch something from the person who raised you? Su Yu used the evil dragon Nirvana to increase his strength. Xiao Dai also exerted all her strength and said softly, "Shameless! Who took advantage of the young and ignorant me to bite open something that you couldn't do anything to? Then you snatched away the treasures inside and didn't leave a single one for me?" Hearing this, Su Yu's face did not turn red. He even used his desolate power. The two of them struggled with all their might. Finally, the skeleton could not bear it any longer and broke into two halves. Su Yu and Xiao Dai each grabbed half of it. Su Yu looked at the remaining skeleton in his hand, helplessly. This was the skeleton of a late-stage, 5-crown divine warrior. It was extremely hard. Normally, it would be impossible for them to tear it apart. After observing it carefully, Su Yu discovered that this skeleton was slightly abnormal. There were many scale-shaped protrusions on the surface of the skeleton. This reminded Su Yu of the evil creature outside. He then looked at the hand of the skeleton, which was holding a jade bottle. There was still an unknown liquid lying inside. Su Yu opened it. Suddenly, a shocking fragrance wafted into his nose. The desolate power in his body was stirring, as if it was yearning for something. Cold dew cloud frost. Xiao Dai cried out in surprise. Her eyes shone brightly, but she immediately shut her mouth and stammered, "TSK! It turns out to be such a worthless thing. I don't want it." "Haha, if you don't want it, why do you keep glancing at it?" Su Yu saw her expression and knew that this so-called cold dew cloud frost was a good thing. Xiao Dai looked at the arm in her hand reluctantly. There was something in it, but it was not a treasure. It was a sealed sheepskin scroll. What the hell is this? How unlucky! She was only interested in treasures. She casually glanced at the sheepskin scroll and threw it away, looking for something else. Su Yu picked it up curiously and found that it was a letter of last words. "I am the master of the Haoyuan faction. In the 3rd year of destiny, a natural disaster befell. The fairy vault continent was submerged overnight. The Haoyuan faction stood at the peak of the ancient mountain and was saved from annihilation." Su Yu could not help but be surprised. So, this sea of creation used to be a prosperous and civilized world. However, it was submerged by the sea of creation created by the master of creation. Only 204 peaks remained, which became the islands of today. The Haoyuan faction was trapped on this island. All the people helped each other through the difficulties together. However, they did not expect that the real disaster had just begun. Some people took the risk to enter the evil sea. 9 of them died, and less than 10% of them came back alive. Those who came back all obtained extraordinary opportunities. Their strength either improved by leaps and bounds, or they got divine weapons, elixirs, and so on from the sky. Therefore, many desperate creatures tried to risk their lives by entering the evil sea. They wanted to obtain the great fortune that was almost impossible to survive. Many people died, but a group of people became powerful quickly and became the top management of the Haoyuan faction. I was one of them. I used to be the most ordinary disciple, but I entered the evil sea twice in a row and came back alive. I obtained great opportunities and finally succeeded in taking over the position of the master of the Haoyuan faction. The overall strength of the Haoyuan faction was more powerful than before. He continued. However, a terrible disaster befell us. First, one of the elders suddenly fell seriously ill and fell into a coma. His skin gradually grew purple scales, and his body also changed rapidly. In the end, he turned into a purple evil creature. He killed people and devoured all living creatures he saw. I killed him myself. However, soon after, the second elder also changed. After a serious illness, he turned into a purple evil creature. Then the 3rd elder, the 4th elder, the 5th elder. We finally realized that there was a price to pay for obtaining those opportunities, and the price was being poisoned by the evil sea. Su Yu was shocked when he read this. The purple evil creature was transformed by a creature who had obtained opportunities. They started to kill ordinary creatures, and I also started to change. Black scales grew in my bones. I thought I would become one of them soon. I didn't want that to happen. Therefore, before I completely lost my mind, I used the Haoyuan faction's countless years of accumulation to research a medicine that could resist the mutation. Su Yu was slightly confused. Since he had developed the medicine, why didn't he take it himself? Unfortunately, this medicine is only effective on living creatures that haven't mutated. Once there is a sign of mutation, the medicine will lose its effect. He couldn't help but look at the medicine he had obtained. This should be it. If one day a fated person comes here and breaks into my cave abode, he will see this parchment. Please spread this medicine and save the common people. The letter ended here, and his life should have come to an abrupt end. In order not to harm others, the faction master had chosen to commit suicide. Su Yu sighed deeply. Why did the Creation Path Master arrange such a fate for them? In the eyes of the Creation Path Master, the living creatures of the Haoyuan faction were probably like ants. Sighing silently, Su Yu collected the corpse and buried it in the faction. Then he bowed and said, "Senior, if I meet a fated person, I will give this medicine to him." Suddenly, the faint roar of a beast could be heard. The evil creatures had detected Su Yu's scent and were rushing over. "Xiao Dai, it's time to go." Su Yu called out to her and kept her in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Then he took a detour back to the shore. Before the evil creatures could catch up to him, he quickly left the island on the earth-breaking furnace. At that moment, Luotian led the crowd to the island. She was in high spirits and seemed to be in high spirits. "Let's split up and search. We must find all the tokens of creation." She personally led the team into the Haoyuan faction to search. However, after searching for a long time, only one person was lucky enough to find one. The rest of them returned empty-handed. Luotian frowned. There was only one on such a large island. "Luotian, we found traces of human activity. Several closed caverns were opened, and everything inside was taken away." Luotian looked displeased. "Humph, it's the people from the other 3 regions. They are really fast." After she obtained the ship, she had rushed straight in this direction. She should have been the first to arrive, but someone beat her to it. "Let's go. Let's go to the next island." Luotian was decisive and did not hesitate at all. Before long, they arrived at the second island. In the end, apart from the roaring of the evil creatures, which seemed to have been attracted by something, they found nothing. Damn it! The people from the other 3 regions beat us to it again. What she did not know was that while she was complaining, the people from the other 3 regions also looked unhappy. The nearby islands had all been searched by others. Not only were there few tokens of creation left, but they had also alarmed the evil creatures, who were chasing them everywhere. They assumed that it was the doing of the people from the other 3 regions. They had no idea that a small cauldron, which was moving at an incredible speed, had left them far behind and was heading for an island that was even further away. Chapter 2049. A month later, the ship led by Luotian left an island where evil creatures were roaring. The crew had decreased from 11 to 6. 5 of them had died in the process of searching for the creation tokens. The whole ship was filled with sadness. Not only had they sacrificed many of their companions, but they had also obtained far fewer creation tokens than expected. Luotian sat alone at the bow of the ship, her eyes filled with deep doubt. It was very strange. She had abandoned many islands along the way and moved forward in a straight line in order to surpass Yanqin and the other 3 warships, so that she would not always follow them and pick up the islands they had searched. Strangely, the islands she had arrived at were still searched, and only a small number of creation tokens remained. Could it be that their ships are better and faster? Luotian's face was a little gloomy. The ecliptic meeting this time would determine her future, so it was very important. If her performance was too poor, she would not be assigned a good enough position, and her years of hard work would be in vain. While he was distressed, Suyu once again went to an island not far away from him with a full load. After a month, he had searched all 203 islands. He had obtained a total of 400 creation tokens, which should be more than the people on the other 4 ships combined. However, the greatest harvest should be the resources left on the islands. Many of the creatures on the islands had perished, and all their things were left behind by Suyu, including divine stones, spiritual wood, spiritual herbs, and even cultivation techniques. Basically, every island's resources were equivalent to a faction of a 5-star civilization. After searching all 203 islands, the resources that Suyu had obtained were comparable to those of the top 10 civilizations. Their overall strength was equivalent to a faction of a 5-star civilization, and the amount of resources they had stored was extremely terrifying. With so many resources handed over to the Cauldron, Suyu believed that they would be able to further develop. After leaving the island, Suyu went to the deepest part. According to the Tiankin Pathmaster, there were a total of 204 islands, and the last one was located in the deepest part of the Sea of Creation. It was far away from the other islands, and was the largest among the 204 islands. There should be more creation tokens on it than the other islands, and the resources should be more abundant. A few days later, Suyu stopped in a vast sea on the earth furnace. His eyes were filled with deep doubt. What's going on? After searching for a few days, he did not even see the shadow of the island. It was as if it did not exist at all. It shouldn't be. Because of the delay, they had caught up with the distance between them and the 4-legged ships. From afar, one could see several tiny black shadows moving about at the end of the Sea of Creation. Suyu looked at his own reflection in the Sea of Creation. More than 400 stars were twinkling above his head like a galaxy. If they discovered so many good fortune tokens, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would probably gang up on him, right? Now was not the time to meet him face to face. It would be great if he could find the last island. He should be able to temporarily hide on it. Now that he was on the surface of the sea, there was no place for him to hide. Where is the last island? Suyu pondered deeply. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. Tao Master Creation's remnant image was playing chess at the door. It seemed like there were exactly 204 flags on the board. Upon discovering this, Suyu vaguely understood something, and he carefully recalled the chessboard. In comparison, there was indeed a shocking discovery. The arrangement of the 204 chess pieces was completely in line with the distance and position of the island. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his gaze shot toward the southwest. According to the layout of the chessboard, the last island should be in that direction. One day later, Suyu paced back and forth in the empty sea, muttering to himself. It should be here, but why was there still no shadow? As he pondered, he suddenly detected a faint spatial fluctuation. This fluctuation was quite faint, almost as if it was nothing. But who was Suyu? How could a master of the space law escape his detection? His eyes were like lightning and instantly shot toward the spatial fluctuation. He saw a faint spatial crack that was as thin as a strand of hair flash by. Something is wrong. He flashed over, and before the crack disappeared, he used the space law to maintain it. As he was about to study it further, he heard human language coming from within the crack. Strange. Why can't the formation be closed? Is it stuck? Before long, the crack expanded a little, and a pair of human eyes appeared, looking out to see if there was anything outside. Unexpectedly, the pair of eyes happened to meet Suyu, who was dressed in white. He was so scared that he screamed, "Oh my God, it's a ghost!" He shrank his head back, turned around, and fled. Suyu suddenly understood. The last island had formed a space of its own. It was protected by some kind of powerful space formation on the outside, and became in existence like the universe inside. so it could not be discovered no matter what. With a flick of his finger, the crack expanded infinitely, turning into the size of a human, allowing Suyu to enter easily. After passing through the formation, the crack disappeared on its own. He himself was in the sky above an ancient island. What surprised Suyu was that it was different from the other 203 islands. The island in front of him was very prosperous. Its size should be equivalent to the size of 10 Tai Chi factions. If Suyu wanted to cross it, he would have to use the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole several times. His soul swept across, and there was not a single evil creature. They were all humans who had flourished. A series of tall skyscrapers, a series of strange-looking mecha vehicles, and all sorts of spaceships entered his vision. Suyu was stunned, and he felt as if he had gone back in time. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the mecha civilization where Yimingxian was. It was too similar. The only difference was that the humans on the island not only knew mechas, but they also retained some of their martial instincts. They used martial skills to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, and they had extraordinary strength. Although, compared to the martial artists of the outside world, they were much weaker at the same level. The martial skills had indeed been passed down. How could this be? Suyu's eyes were blank. While he was still in shock, several powerful auras descended. 3 five-crowned emperors, covered in golden light, stepped through the air. The 3 of them stood in a circle, looking at Suyu with shock and curiosity. "Where are you from?" The golden man in the play was at the later stage of the 5 crowned emperors, or at least his cultivation level. He asked with a face full of vicissitudes. Although they were vigilant, they did not release any hostility. Suyu said calmly, "I am from the outside world." "Are you from another island?" "How is that possible? Do you still have ships on your island?" The old man in the middle asked in surprise. Suyu calmly shook his head. "The outside world I am talking about is different from the outside world you understand. Let me put it this way. I have been to the other 203 islands, and I did not rely on ships, but on my own abilities." Chapter 2050. Suyu nodded. Apart from searching for the creation tokens and resources, he also wanted to know why their island was the only one safe and sound. Soon, he was invited to the most prestigious restaurant on the island by the 3 of them. All the reputable people on the island came to watch. "Friend Su, please don't blame us. You are the only outsider to come here in hundreds and thousands of years, so everyone is very curious," the old man, Jinyuan, said. Suyu waved his hand. "No matter. I am also very curious about the civilization on your island. As martial artists, how did you develop mechas?" Jinyuan sighed deeply, asking, "Friend Su, since you are a martial artist with a high cultivation base, have you noticed the atmosphere on the island?" Suyu nodded slightly. "I noticed it when I first entered. The spirit energy and divine energy in the atmosphere are very thin, almost non-existent." Suyu had felt uncomfortable when he first arrived, and the abnormality of the atmosphere had long attracted his attention. Such a thin amount of martial qi is already not enough for the martial path to develop. We 3 old fellows are already the only 5 crown emperors left. In the future, it should be very difficult for another 5 crown emperor of our level to appear. Suyu did not deny it. With the thin divine energy here, it was unlikely that a 4 crown emperor would be born, let alone a 5 crown emperor. Martial arts are gradually declining, and we occasionally have to deal with the attacks of monsters from the outside world. We can only try our best to develop things that support martial arts. Fortunately, our island has been producing many refined ores. After many years of research, we have gradually developed weapons like mechas, which can barely deal with the monsters. The monsters they were referring to should be the purple evil creatures. "So, you have set up a spell to hide the island from those purple monsters?" Jinyuan looked at Suyu in surprise. "Purple? Friend Su, have you seen them before?" "Yes, I have." I fought with some of them and escaped by a fluke." He had said it casually, but when everyone heard it, they were all shocked. "What, you can fight with them?" Jin Yuan was shocked. A sharp-faced 5-crown sovereign at his side responded with deep suspicion, saying, "Dao friend Su, could it be that you're joking? Those monsters are so powerful that the 3 of us can barely deal with them if we work together. How can you deal with them alone?" Su Yu was stunned. Only now did he understand that although they had cultivation bases, their martial abilities were not on par with their cultivation bases. It was probably just a fluke. Su Yu didn't want to explain too much. Jin Yuan's eyes shone brightly, but his face remained expressionless as he said, "Fellow Taoist Su's strength is astonishing. I'm impressed." After a short pause, Jin Yuan said with anticipation, "Since fellow Taoist, Su has been to the other islands. Do you know how they have developed? Ever since that night, we've lost all contact with each other. Some of the islands are not weaker than us. They must be very powerful now, right?" Su Yu was silent for a long time. Then, under their confused gazes, he slowly said, "It's a pity that out of the 204 islands, only your island is still standing. The rest have been occupied by the evil beings." Hearing this, the entire place fell into dead silence. Many people's eyes were filled with suffocating despair. Something seemed to be stuck in Jin Yuan's throat as he said with difficulty, "Is this true?" Su Yu nodded and pointed at the air. Then, dozens of light figures appeared in front of him. They were all scenes of the islands he had arrived at. Everywhere he looked, there were decaying beasts all over the mountains and plains. The light in the eyes of the people present dimmed little by little, and finally turned into a dull gray color. Su Yu knew that they had been hoping for many years that someone from the other islands would come and lead them out of their current predicament. But the truth was cruel. All the islands had been destroyed, and they were the only ones left. Don't be dispirited, everyone. Although the islands in the Sea of Creation have been destroyed, there is still a world outside the Sea of Creation. Their situation reminded Su Yu of when he was in the Jojo continent, but he didn't know that there was a star river god realm outside the continent. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Jin Yuan was overjoyed and asked, "Is that true?" Su Yu pointed at himself. "Otherwise, where did I come from?" If they trusted him, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take all of them away in the cavern world. Jin Yuan didn't lose his cool. After a moment of ecstasy, he said calmly, "I haven't asked, how did fellow Taoist Su come to the evil sea from the outside world? Could it be that you accidentally fell into this place?" In his imagination, the outside world should be similar to the Sea of Creation. Unexpectedly, Su Yu said calmly, "The Sea of Creation is a small place for us to train. I came here specifically to obtain the mission item." Training place? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't accept this fact. The Sea of Creation, which they thought was incomparably vast, was actually just a training place for others. After a long while, Jin Yuan accepted the reality and said, "What is the mission item you mentioned?" Su Yu flicked his finger, and the image of the creation token appeared in front of them. Seeing its shape, everyone was surprised. "Isn't this the ancestral stone tablet?" Jin Yuan was astonished. Su Yu nodded. "It should be. I don't know if it is important to you. If it is, forget it." With the 400 creation tokens in his hands, he could easily rank first. It would be best if he could get it from this island. But if he couldn't, it wouldn't matter. To tell you the truth, we relied on the ancestral stone tablet to research some creations, which led us to create the Mecha civilization. Su Yu could not help but be surprised. The listener was listening attentively. The main reason why the rest of the islands were destroyed was that some of them had tried to obtain creations from the water of the evil sea, and eventually turned into evil beings. He didn't expect that the people of this island would take a different approach and obtain creations from the creation token. No wonder this island was the only one that was safe and sound. "Is it convenient for you to tell me how you obtain the creations from it?" Su Yu asked curiously. Jin Yuan hesitated for a moment, and after exchanging glances with the other 2 5-crown divine warriors, he said, "This is our secret, but if you can take us away from this place, I don't mind telling you." In fact, the secret wasn't strictly kept, and many people besides them knew about it. If Su Yu tried to find out, he could still find out. If he told Su Yu now, he could at least give him some face. Through our research, we discovered that if the stone tablet is soaked in the water of the evil sea, it will produce a strange gas. After inhaling it, one can obtain different kinds of creations. There was such a thing. If they hadn't mentioned it, Su Yu really wouldn't have thought of putting the creation token into the sea of creation. However, the water of the evil sea is quite dangerous, and even touching it can put one's life in danger. Since friend Su has traveled a long way to get here, you should know about it, Jin Yuan said. Chapter 2051. We can't bring it back to the island, so we can only throw the stone tablet into the evil sea. In this way, most of the gas will be lost, and only a small part will be used by us. Even so, it will be of great help to the continuation of our race. In an open area, some of the gas would naturally dissipate, but not in a secret room. They couldn't contain the water of the evil sea, but Su Yu could. He remained calm and continued to talk with them. Several hours later, both sides had benefited a lot from their conversation. Jin Yuan was full of smiles. "My friend Su, I will now pass on the order for those who are willing to leave to pack up their things and leave with you to the outside world." After some discussion, they chose to enter Su Yu's cavern world and let him take them away. "Well said. Now, my friend Su, you can rest here. I will go and take care of it." Jin Yuan and the other 2 left one after another, leaving Su Yu to rest. Su Yu's eyes flashed slightly. He used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole and arrived at the coast in an instant. He took out the earth-breaking furnace and filled it with the water of the evil sea. Then he returned to his original place, quietly, after setting up some isolation spells around him. Su Yu immediately tried it out. He pointed at the starlight above his head, and a fortune token changed from starlight to the shape of a stone tablet. He threw it into the earth-breaking furnace. With a splash, the stone tablet fell into the water of the evil sea, and a drastic change occurred immediately. A large number of bubbles emerged from the stone tablet, turning into wisps of dark gray gas that drifted in all directions. Su Yu rolled up his sleeves and inhaled it through his nose. At this moment, the fortune he wanted the most was undoubtedly the improvement of his cultivation. To his surprise, after inhaling a wisp of it, his cultivation showed signs of loosening. When all the gas in the stone tablet had been released, Su Yu's cultivation had improved by 1,000th. For a 4-crown emperor, 1,000th was equivalent to a whole year of cultivation. Su Yu was delighted. He now had 400 fortune tokens in his hands. Wouldn't he be able to greatly improve his cultivation? He immediately threw the rest of the fortune tokens into it, and a large amount of gas gushed out. With the restriction of the isolation spell, they could not escape and were all absorbed by Su Yu. At the same time, Su Yu was thinking about how to improve his cultivation. The fortune he got was indeed the improvement of his cultivation. In a short period of time, his cultivation had increased by 40%. Adding on the previous accumulation, he was only halfway to breaking into the mid-stage of the 4-crown emperor realm. He tried to toss the stone tablet he had used into the sea of creation, but it did not produce any new gas. Disappointment flashed in his heart. It seemed like the stone tablet could not be used repeatedly. However, the hidden benefits of the creation token excited Su Yu slightly. If he could find more creation tokens, wouldn't he be able to directly break through to the middle stage of the 4-crown emperor realm? Wouldn't that save him a lot of time to cultivate? At the same time, in another secret room, Elder Jean, do you really believe this person? The pointy-faced 5-crown emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief. Jin Yuan pondered for a long time before slowly nodding. His words should be true. You know that I cultivate the law of the heart. A person's words cannot escape my law, regardless of whether they are true or false. If he was lying to us, I should have sensed it just now. The pointy-faced five-crown emperor still expressed his disbelief, saying, "It might be true that he came from the outside world, but what if he harbors ill intentions towards us after bringing us to the outside world? The outside world is his territory. We might be trampled on by him." His worry was not without reason. The other five-crown emperor also fell into deep thought. Jin Yuan sighed. Being trampled on by him is better than staying here and waiting for death. As soon as he said this, the other two were stunned. Seeing the gradual decline of the martial path, they knew in their hearts that one day they would walk towards extinction. Clenching his teeth, the pointy-faced five-crown emperor said, "All right, let's take a gamble." At that moment, they suddenly received an urgent message from the coast. The three of them opened their communication devices to take a look, and their expressions changed drastically. What? There are 3 ships fighting nearby? The pointy-faced five-crown emperor was shocked. Could it be friend Su's companions? Jin Yuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It shouldn't be. Friend Su said that he is participating in some kind of training. Since it is training, there should be competition. Perhaps the other party is friend Su's enemy. Hearing this, the pointy-faced five-crown emperor's mind became active. Then, should we secretly make contact with these people? We cannot put all our eggs in one basket. The other five-crown emperor nodded in agreement. That's right. Let's establish contact with them immediately. The two of them hit it off and made a decision on the spot. Wait. Jin Yuan shook his head, his old eyes filled with wisdom. What makes you think that after they discover us, they will not collectively snatch our stone tablets, which are the tokens of creation that friend Su spoke of? What makes you think that they will be like friend Su and bring us away unconditionally? It was laughable that Su Yu had not asked for anything from them. He had just brought them away from this hopeless situation. Instead, they felt good about themselves and wanted to separate a group of people for others to bring them away. The human heart is sinister. It is not easy to meet someone who does not snatch our stone tablets, but is willing to bring us away. Jin Yuan was experienced and could see through everything. The pointy-faced five-crown emperor was unwilling, saying, "How can we understand them if we do not make contact with them?" Jin Yuan's gaze flickered. We will know a thing or two if we observe them in secret. The three of them moved to the edge of the coast, opening a small crack in the spell and looking out. The 4 ships were fighting with each other in the open. Using ropes, they charged to the other ships and fought each other. It was a real fight, using open knives and spears. After killing each other, they would snatch their tokens of creation and then fight with the others. The whole area of the sea was dyed red with blood. The smell of blood was carried by the sea breeze, causing the pointy-faced five-crown emperor to become clear-headed. Do you still want to contact them? Jin Yuan asked calmly. The pointy-faced five-crown emperor shuddered and shook his head vigorously. At this moment, he felt that he was extremely lucky to have met someone like Su Yu. This group of people outside killed without batting an eye for the tokens of creation. What would happen if they discovered the existence of their island? It would be fine if they handed over the tokens of creation. If they did not, they would be the ones dying in blood. Quickly inform friend Su. His companions may have arrived, Jin Yuan said. The pointy-faced five-crown emperor nodded and immediately set off. Su Yu was not too surprised to receive the news. In theory, they should have arrived in this area by now. Now that they were fighting, they had no hope of finding the last island and had begun to fight for the tokens of creation. With a thought, he came to the coast and looked out through the spell. Chapter 2052. Even the heaven rulers, cultivated by the ecliptic palace, revealed their ferocious nature and began to fight. The creation token was related to their future. How could they not fight? However, the main force of the fight was the crew that they had brought with them. The heaven rulers of the four regions stood firmly at the bow of the ship. The calmest one was Luotian. She looked at her crew members who were seriously injured without blinking. No matter how serious the crew members were, she was fine as long as she was unharmed. Anyway, she could take a portion of the creation tokens brought back by the crew members. The heaven rulers of the other three regions were also indifferent to the lives of the crew members. Su Yu secretly shook his head as he watched the scene. These four people were really difficult to compliment, especially Luotian. Watching the ordinary crew members die tragically one after another, while the four of them enjoyed the fruits of their labor, Su Yu said lightly, "You are still too comfortable. Let me find something for you to do." After thinking about it, Su Yu took out an offensive talisman from the Five-Crown Emperor. This was the highest level talisman he had found on the many islands, the Shadow Seven Injuries talisman. After releasing it, it would release invisible hidden weapons to hurt people. With the top strength of the four heaven rulers, they might not be able to hurt them, but they could still make them restless. Su Yu aimed the talisman at Luotian, but after thinking about it, he changed it to the Southern Demon King, who had the second highest cultivation among them. He only wanted to hurt Luotian. With her personality, she would most likely choose to endure it. It would be very difficult to provoke internal strife. However, this Demon King was arrogant and unruly. She was the type that would explode at the slightest touch. If it were him, the result might be completely different. Secretly waiting for an opportunity, when the Southern Demon King's back was facing him, Su Yu suddenly released the talisman. An obscure shadow crossed the sky and penetrated the back of the Demon King. When he was 10,000 feet away from the Demon King, he finally became alert. While condensing a defensive shield on the surface of his body, a huge shadow of the Demon King appeared behind him. The defensive shield of the Great Desolation Power was crushed by the shadow like a piece of paper. However, the Demon King's shadow roared angrily, and its huge hands clamped down on the shadow. The Demon King turned around angrily. Because Su Yu had grasped it from a rather tricky angle, the charm seemed to have been shot from the direction of the wine and meat Buddha. Facing the stair, Jiu Ro's expression changed. He put down the wine and meat in his hand and said solemnly, "Amitabha, I am a monk. I will never, you sanctimonious monk. I've tolerated you for a long time." What kind of person was the Demon King? He had always been domineering. He liked to monopolize all the good things. However, wine meat Buddha occupied all the women the moment he arrived. He was already unhappy. Now, they even launched a sneak attack on him. They were really looking for an opportunity to ask him to teach them a lesson. It really wasn't me. Wine and meat Buddha's mouth twitched helplessly. "Humph. If I think it's you, then it's you," the Demon King said domineeringly. He tapped the ground with his feet and stepped on the rope, charging towards Jiu Ro's ship. How could Jiu Ro want to fight? He turned around and ran towards Goddess Luo's ship. Luo furrowed her brows. The wine meat Buddha was trying to invite trouble for himself. With a tap of her foot, she left her own ship and jumped onto the dusty ship. Yan Chen cautiously stepped back to prevent the other three from taking the opportunity to attack him. Among the four of them, Yan Chen alone had 50 creation tokens, which was more than the other three combined. Naturally, he would be attacked by them. "Back off." Yan Chen was not angry. Luo stepped on the rope and slightly hesitated, but Jiu Ro ignored her and chased after her. Behind him was the Demon King, who was full of murderous aura. He took out a talisman of the Five-Crown Emperor and activated it. From the looks of it, he was going to include Luo in his attack range. Luo could only clasp her hands at Yan Chen. "I was forced. I hope you can forgive me." As she said that, she returned a smile that she thought was pretty and stepped onto the ship. Unexpectedly, as soon as she took half a step in, Yan Chen's majestic power surged towards her. Luo was shocked and hurriedly resisted. As soon as they fought, Luo Shenluo immediately felt that Yan Chen was stronger than her. Under the huge impact of the power, she was blown away like a leaf. Her chest was stuffy, and she could not help but spit out a mouthful of divine blood. A pair of pretty eyes stared at the indifferent Yan Chen with slight resentment. Yan Chen stood in front of the ship with his hands behind his back and stared at her coldly. "Why should I forgive a woman like you?" Yan Chen was well aware of Luo Shenluo's character. This woman seemed to be pure and clean, but in fact her heart was extremely dirty and more insidious than anyone else. Luo Shenluo gritted her teeth, but as Suyu expected, she chose to endure. Humph! Yan Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her. He looked at his crew and said, "Come back, we will stop here. There is no need to compete with them." His 8 attendants returned to the ship one after another and no longer participated in the competition. Among the 4 teams of ships, Yan Chen's team sacrificed the least. Next was Jiu Rou's team. Then there was Jiu Rou. The biggest sacrifice was Luo Shenluo. There were only 4 people left. The other 6 people were sacrificed in the search for the creation token and in the competition just now. It could be seen that Yan Chen was the most dedicated to the crew. "Yan Chen, we have more people. If we fight again, we should be able to get more creation tokens," Li Jian, who was ranked 8th, said. Yan Chen shook his head. "There is no need. We were involved in it. Now it is time to withdraw." The 4 teams of ships met. The first to launch an attack was the Monster King, followed by Wine and Meat Buddha, and finally Luo Shenluo. Yan Chen was caught in the middle, so he had to make a move. Now, seeing that the other 3 heavenly rulers had joined the battle, if they continued, the casualties of the crew would rapidly increase. Experience is important, but life is more important. We can't put the cart before the horse. Yan Chen was calm. He looked at the other 3 indifferently. "Whoever dares to board my ship again will be killed." However, even if he wanted to leave, he might not be able to. Luo Shenluo lowered her head at the moment. No one could see her gloomy expression. When Yan Chen's big ship left the battlefield, it was about to turn around. Luo Shenluo suddenly attacked. She made a dangerous move and attacked Yan Chen. She crushed a talisman that had been prepared a long time ago in her palm. The power was so powerful that it was at the peak of the 5-Crown King realm. "Give it back to you!" Luo Shenluo screamed and attacked Yan Chen. Although Yan Chen had been vigilant, he was not aware that she had a 5-Crown King realm talisman. Not only him, but Wine and Meat Buddha and the Monster King also did not expect it. It turned out that when Luo Shenluo was searching an island, she found a hidden cave. It was the place that Suyu had missed when he searched in a hurry. Inside was the tomb of a 5-Crown King realm peak. There were many powerful relics in it, including this talisman. In order to break into the tomb, she sacrificed 2 crew members to succeed. It had to be said that this woman had incredible luck. Coupled with her ruthlessness, the opportunities were quite good. Chapter 2053. Boom! However, the 5-Crown Emperor level talisman was extremely powerful. How could a true Emperor level divine weapon compete with it? The divine weapon shattered, and Yan Chen's limbs were torn apart by the explosion. The entire ship he was on was instantly blown into 2 pieces. All the people on the ship sank into the sea of creation along with the ship. The crew fell into the sea and was immediately decomposed into a large pool of blood by the water of the sea of creation. Yan Chen fell into the sea, and his breath was gone. The Buddha and the Monster King felt their scalps go numb. Looking at the woman in front of them, they felt a slight chill in their hearts. This woman was so vicious. After all, Yan Chen was one of the heaven rulers of the 4 regions. Their master was a path master that they met all the time. How could she kill Yan Chen so decisively? She was relying on her master, and she was not afraid of trouble. Number 1 in the 4 regions. That's it. Luo Shen lightly flicked the blood stains on her chest, and a trace of mockery flashed across her face. She was about to turn around, but suddenly a series of bubbles suddenly appeared near the sea where Yen-Chen was sinking. She frowned and turned her head to look again. What made her face turn pale was a figure slowly rising from the sea. His entire body was drenched with the seawater of the creation realm. His long hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He looked extremely angry. You didn't die?" Luotian was terrified. Yen-Chen's face was cold. "Die." With one word, the sea of creation surged and the three ships swayed. It looked like they were about to collapse. His cultivation. Luotian's face turned pale. Yen-Chen, who was just an early stage 5-crown emperor, was now at the middle stage. Good fortune. The good fortune of the sea of creation. 9 deaths and 1 life. He was one of the extremely lucky survivors who was able to obtain good fortune. Suyu, who was watching from afar, was secretly shocked. No wonder he was the heaven's chosen of the North region. He had great luck. Not only did he not die in such a situation, but he also obtained good fortune. Now that he was a mid-stage 5-crown emperor, no one in the sea of creation could compete with him. Crash! Yen-Chen stepped on a broken piece of the ship and sped towards Luotian. Luotian gritted her teeth and looked at the Buddha and the Monster King. "What are you waiting for? If we miss this opportunity, it will be even more difficult to snatch his good fortune token in the future. Right now." Smoke Dust was alone in the sea, and there was only a piece of wood under his feet. If he fell into the sea of fortune again, there was no way he could miraculously survive and obtain the fortune, right? Therefore, if he wanted the fortune token, this was the best opportunity. The Buddha of Wine and Meat and the Monster King came back to their senses. They turned their ships around and surrounded the smoke. "Yen-Chen, hand over the creation token, and I can send you to a safe island. Once the ecliptic ceremony is over, the higher-ups of the sect will take you back." Wine and Meat Buddha said with a merciful expression. The Monster King was merciless. "You have no choice. Hand over the creation token. Otherwise, this broken piece of wood won't last long." Indeed, it was just a piece of wood. A slightly bigger wave could overturn it. However, Yen-Chen acted as if he didn't hear anything. He stared at Luotian and said, "You killed them." His crew members were all innocent. A few of them had gone through fire and water with him, especially Li Jian. On an island, Yen-Chen was attacked from the front and back. It was Li Jian who blocked the blow with his own body, so that Yen-Chen wouldn't be fatally injured. However, Li Jian was seriously injured and almost died. Now he failed to protect Li Jian and allowed Luotian to kill all the people on the ship, including him. Luotian felt a chill in his heart. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He couldn't let Yen-Chen live. Otherwise, even if he had to leave this place, he would find a way to take revenge. A touch of ruthlessness flashed in his heart. He raised his hand and took out another talisman, ready to activate it. He didn't need to cause much damage to Yen-Chen. The waves caused by the explosion alone would overturn the wood under his feet and bury him in the sea of fortune. However, at that moment, a sharp cry suddenly resounded through the universe. Suyu, who was watching the battle, changed his expression slightly. Evil creature? How could there be one here? Jin Yuan's face was calm, and he was not surprised. Haven't you seen a 2nd-level evil creature that can fly? Are there levels of evil creatures? Suyu asked in surprise. Jin Yuan nodded, staring at the sky. Evil creatures are divided into 3 levels. The 3rd level is the weakest, and its entire body is purple. 2nd level is grayish-black and it has wings. It can fly in the sky. The main attacks we received were 2nd-level evil creatures. Suyu was slightly stunned when he heard this. He thought of the Haoyuan faction master. He was different from the other corpses. His bones had grown scales, indicating that he had mutated. It was most likely not an ordinary evil creature. As for the faction master, He had survived 2 baptisms in the Sea of Fortune. Did this mean that a first-level evil creature was in existence that had experienced 3 baptisms? What is a first-level evil creature? Jin Yuan's face was filled with fear. I have only seen a first-level evil creature once in all these years. It was golden in color, but its form was not an evil creature. It was a human. A golden human? Su Yu was shocked once again. A human who had experienced 3 baptisms in the Sea of Fortune, turned into a monster in the middle, and finally returned to being a human? Was that still a human? How strong is it? Jin Yuan said in a low voice. Very strong, even stronger than a peak 5-crown divine warrior. At least our space barrier could not withstand a casual attack from it. Su Yu's pupils dilated. The space spell in front of him was at the level of a peak 5-crown divine warrior. If it could destroy it with a casual attack, then its abilities, did it not discover the existence of your island? It discovered it, but it did not attack us. Why? It probably felt disdain. An evil creature of that level no longer cares about eating humans. It would train on its own. If there was no need, it would not come out to eat humans. It would train. If that was the case, then its intelligence was extremely high, far surpassing that of those bloodthirsty, purple monsters. As they were speaking, a large black shadow attacked from the depths of the sky. It was a black mass, like a mass of moving black clouds. Jin Yuan said hurriedly, Quickly close the spell. It would be dangerous for even one of them to barge in. Su Yu looked at the 3 ships that had already escaped far away, then looked at the smoke and dust that had been left behind. This person was not a bad person. At least he was angry for his crew. Su, you could see that he was different from the other 3 heaven rulers. However, he was far away, and the group of black clouds had already enshrouded his head, so he could not rescue him in time. He could only watch as the black clouds swirled and descended, sweeping him away. In an instant, Su Yu vaguely saw a mass of golden light flash past the black clouds. Was it an illusion? Su Yu muttered to himself. The black clouds had been attracted by the smell of blood and had no intention of attacking the island. This made Jin Yuan and the others heave a sigh of relief, and they were even more determined to leave the island. Under the leadership of Jin Yuan and the other 5-crown divine warriors, all the living creatures on the island quickly packed up their belongings and moved into their cavern worlds. Chapter 2054. On the other side, the 3 ships escaped to safety. Ju Ro heaved a sigh of relief with a hint of fear on his face. To think there are flying evil beings. Luckily we didn't encounter them before, or we wouldn't have been able to escape. The southern region monster king harumphed coldly, but she didn't dare to say anything despite her arrogance. It was clear that she was quite wary of those flying evil beings. They couldn't fly, but the evil beings could. If they were surrounded by them with just a decaying ship, they would be dead. But Luo Xin was the most relaxed among them. They could use the ship to quickly leave, but Yan Qin wasn't so lucky. She believed that Yan Qin was already in the stomach of the evil beings. She turned to look at the Southern Demon King and Jiu Ro. The only ones who knew the truth were them and their crew. Her eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Since she already attacked Yan Qin, she might as well not leave a single one alive. Both of you, the misfortune has already happened. It's useless to be sad now. It's best if we work together to defend against the flying evil beings. Jiu Ro and the Demon King nodded slightly. They had no other choice. The 3 ships approached each other and were connected by dinghies. Jiu Ro and Luo Xin came to the ship in the middle, the Demon King's ship. The 3 ships were connected as one, so they could more effectively defend against the flying evil beings. What do you 2 have in mind? Luo Xin asked. Within his sleeves, an ancient 5-crown emperor late-stage offensive talisman slowly floated above his palm, slowly activating. He actually got 2 late-stage 5-crown emperor level talismans from the cave. After using one, There was still the last one left. If he could destroy all their ships and people, he would have nothing to worry about. Ju Ro and the Demon King didn't have their guard up and thought. The Demon King solemnly said, "The flying evil beings have an innate advantage. We should—" Before the words could come out, the Demon King's eyes suddenly flashed and a huge demon shadow appeared behind him. Sharp claws pierced towards Luo Shin's slender body without warning. Luo Shin was already prepared. She flashed to the side and crushed the talisman in her sleeve, preparing to activate it. But right at this moment, a ray of Buddhist light suddenly enveloped her body, causing her entire body to stiffen, and she couldn't even move a single finger. Making use of this opportunity, the Demon King's phantom clawed at Luo Shin's slender body. A huge hole immediately appeared on Luo Shin's body, and divine blood gushed out. Demon subduing pestle. At the same time, Wine and Meat Buddha's angry roar came from the back of his head. A shining golden stick hit his head. There was a muffled sound like a watermelon exploding. Luo Shen's body could no longer withstand it, and his head exploded. However, she had countless good things on her, so she immediately took out a bottle of flower dew and poured it on her head. His broken head immediately returned to its original shape. She took the opportunity to return to her worship with a tap of her toes. Her pretty face was gloomy as she stared at Wine and Meat Buddha and the Demon King. Only now did she know that the two of them had secretly contacted each other to scheme against her. How despicable of you! Wine and Meat Buddha had a compassionate expression. Amit Ba, it is indeed good. Benefactor Demon King and I are punishing evil and promoting kindness. We shouldn't have killed. The Demon King was not as polite and said in disdain, "A shameless woman like you dares to talk about being despicable? Do you really think we don't know that the talisman hidden in your sleeve is about to explode?" Luo Shen's expression was indifferent after revealing her inner thoughts. Her eyes coldly stared at them as she secretly controlled the warship to retreat. She, who only had her soul left, was no match for the two of them. Yao Wang and Wine and Meat Buddha's expressions turned cold. Since they had chosen to attack, they definitely wouldn't let this woman escape. They leaped up and were about to jump onto the other party's warship. But at this moment, Luo Shen's lips curled into a sinister smile. The two's hearts skipped a beat as they felt that something was amiss. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from the ship in the middle. An astonishing chill suddenly appeared and froze the entire ship along with the nearby Sea of Fortune. Looking at the place where Luo Shen stood, there was a mid-stage 5-crown Emperor talisman in her footsteps. So, the late-stage talisman was just to attract attention. Her real killing move was actually this mid-stage talisman. Not good. Wine and Meat Buddha's expressions changed, but it was too late to escape. The entire ship was instantly frozen into a block of ice. Everyone, including them, was frozen within. The two hurriedly resisted and slowly shattered the ice around them. The ice couldn't trap them in the end, but the moment it trapped them was enough. Luo Shen crushed the late-stage talisman with a twisted smile and threw it at the entire warship. She could kill them all in an instant. Wine and Meat Buddha's and Monster King's expressions were pale. It's over. They fell into Luo Shen's trap and were destined to die. But at this crucial moment, an afterimage suddenly flashed by. It was one of Luo Shen's crew members who rushed out and grabbed the talisman that was about to explode. The tyrannical desolation force calmed the talisman down, returning it to its original state. Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King took advantage of this opportunity to break free from the ice. They looked at the talisman in Ouya Huanyun's hand and heaved a long sigh of relief. Thanks to Ouya Huanyun, they were curious why Luo Shen's own people would choose to betray her. Luo Shen was also caught off guard. She shouted, "You're courting death!" She rushed over to fight for the talisman, trying to snatch it away. But how could Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King give her such a chance? They jumped onto the warship and immediately joined forces to attack her. Luo Xin had no choice but to defend herself and fight with the two of them. Based on their strength ranking, Luo Xin was the weakest. But after a while, Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King felt that something was wrong. They couldn't defeat Luo Xin even though they joined forces. Luo Xin's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Are you surprised? Actually, my strength surpassed you a long time ago, second only to Yan Qin." In other words, Luo Xin had deliberately held back some of her strength when she fought Suyu in the arena. This made Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King think that they could suppress Luo Xin, but the result was the opposite. Soon, the two of them were at a disadvantage and were pushed back by Luo Xin. Ouya Huanyun's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and activated the late-stage talisman he had obtained. He shouted, "Luo Xin, stop now or we will die together!" Once Luo Shen killed Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King, it was obvious that Luo Shen would never forgive him for his betrayal. Since that was the case, he might as well activate the talisman and die together. That way he could avenge Suyu. Sensing the terrifying fluctuation behind her, Luo Shen's pretty face became gloomy. She slowly stopped her attack and stopped. She turned her head to look at Ouya Huanyun and said calmly, "Put down the talisman and we can pretend that nothing happened." Hearing this, Ouya Huanyun didn't believe a word of it. This woman had been trying to confuse people with an indifferent expression. She must be hatching a vicious plan at this moment, right? "Don't attack again or you will die." Ouya Huanyun kept the talisman activated at all times, not daring to let down his guard. Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King also stood at the stern, not daring to move recklessly. They didn't want to provoke Luo Xin and cause her to die together with them. The 4 people on the boat were in a stalemate. "Brother Qin, please steer the boat and leave the Sea of Creation as soon as possible," Ouya Huanyun said. Chen Run's heart trembled. He ignored Luo Xin's threatening look and took over the control of the boat. He knew very well that Luo Xin wouldn't leave anyone alive. Only by leaving the Sea of Creation and returning to the outside world could they survive. Throughout the entire experience, Luo Xin was the most dangerous existence. She was more vicious, and more cunning than the evil beings. If Ouya Huanyun hadn't betrayed them at the last moment, she would have been slaughtering them now. The boat returned quickly. Luo Xin knew that the situation was hopeless. She stared at Ouya Huanyun and asked, "Why did you betray me?" Ouya Huanyun said calmly, "I didn't want to betray you. I wanted to kill you." His eyes were filled with a cold light. "Su, you saved all of us, but what did you do? You left him on the island and made him a meal for the evil beings. A bitch like you should be hacked into pieces." Ouya Huanyun revealed a secret that no one knew. Everyone was shocked. Wine and Meat Buddha murmured, "A genius like Suyu was killed by Luo Xin." The Monster King sighed and said, "I thought about competing with Suyu, but I didn't expect to die in the hands of this vicious woman." Luo Xin didn't care. Just like that, the 3 boats returned at full speed. After a month, they finally returned to the shore of the Sea of Creation. They stepped on the ground and returned to the courtyard of the Palace of Creation. Looking at the familiar scene in front of them, everyone felt that what they had experienced was like a dream. "Congratulations on your successful return," the Tiancan sect master's voice sounded. The Tiancan sect master was standing in the backyard with 4 mysterious existences of different ages beside him. The 5 of them gathered together. In front of them was a giant crystal, which reflected the scenes in the Sea of Creation. In other words, everything they'd done in the Ocean of Fortune had been clearly seen by the 5 of them. "Master." Wine and Meat Buddha saluted a monk who was covered in Buddha's light. As the successor of the sect master, the master that Wine and Meat Buddha mentioned was undoubtedly one of the sect masters from the Ecliptic Palace. The Maitreya sect master. The Monster King walked to another demon sect master and said, "I am useless." The last one was Luo Xin. She was far faster than the others and came to a middle-aged man in a snow-white robe with white wings on his back. She said respectfully, "Master." Her expression was filled with traces of anxiousness. She'd never imagined that everything she'd done had actually been noticed by the 5 Tao lords present here. In particular, when Yen Chen's master, the Lucian sect master, looked at her, Luo Shin felt even more pressure. "Don't worry, it's survival of the fittest. Everything you have done is right," the middle-aged man with wings said calmly. He was Luo Shun's master, the Heavenly Wings sect master. The pressure from his body far surpassed that of the Maitreya sect master, the Demon sect master, and the Lucian sect master. Only the Tian Can sect master could compete with him. As she spoke, she blocked Lucian's sect master's sight with her sleeve and said, "Victory and defeat are common in war. If you take it to heart, your disciples will never have a bright future." The other 3 sect masters were furious after hearing such high-sounding words, but they had nowhere to vent their anger. Her words sounded reasonable, but Luo Shin's methods were too despicable and ruthless. It was just a fight for the creation token, but she was so ruthless. Chapter 2055. How could his actions be described by a mere phrase, "Victory and defeat is a common occurrence in war"? What was even funnier was that he told them not to be calculative, or else they would never have a future. If he was almost killed by someone once, how about he say something like this? But their master didn't say anything. As his disciples, they didn't dare to talk back to the sky-winged path master. "Master, I've caused you trouble," Luo Shin said. The sky-winged path master's clothes were white as snow. "It's no trouble, but you need to reflect on your shortcomings and correct them in the future." Why did he say that? Luo Shin didn't quite understand what he meant. Her performance should have been very much to her master's liking. She had almost killed everyone. It was only because of Ouya Huanyin's betrayal that there was a slight deviation. But that shouldn't be a problem, right? The sky-crippled pathmaster said, "The ecliptic assembly has ended. I will now make a ranking based on the number of creation badges you obtained." Only then did Luo Shin feel refreshed. Now that Yen Chen was dead, she was the one with the most creation badges among the 4 regions. She deserved first place. "I will only announce the top 10, the sky-crippled pathmaster said. Only the top 10 had the qualifications to pick the Bodhi fruit, and they also had the qualifications to enter the upper hall of the Ecliptic Palace. 10th place, Heaven Wrath Sword, 7 creation badges. 9th place, Zhou Qilin 8. 8th place, Feng Liang 10. 4th place, Wine and Meat Buddha 15. The prodigies that returned were shocked. Wine and Meat Buddha is only 4th? Impossible. Among them, the number of creation badges he obtained was only 2nd to Luo Shin and the Beast Arch. The Beast Arch was also surprised and snorted. "There's a hidden master among us. I want to see who surpassed Wine and Meat Buddha." The only explanation for such a strange ranking was that someone had obtained a good fortune medallion, but had thought of a way to hide the good fortune medallion so that it didn't appear as a star. The Ecliptic Palace had always been filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was a high chance of a hidden, monstrous prodigy appearing. As soon as the Beast Arch finished speaking, the Beast Arch said, "3rd place, Beast Arch 17. How is that possible? The Beast Thearcha's expression froze in disbelief. The surrounding prodigies were in an uproar again. The Demon Darch is only ranked 3rd? Did you make a mistake? Could it be that the Dark Horse had even suppressed a Demon Emperor? Luo Shin's expression was calm. With the creation token that she had obtained, no matter how strong that Dark Horse was, it could not be stronger than her. 2nd place, Luo Shin, 20. What? Luo Shin's face stiffened in shock. That Dark Horse could even suppress her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unless Yen Qin came back to life. But the possibility was almost 0. The crowd was in an uproar. How could this be? There's actually an unparalleled prodigy that surpasses the three of them in our ecliptic palace? It shouldn't be. We'll know very soon who's in first place. Everyone present was filled with unprecedented anticipation. Originally, there was no suspense in the rankings, but at this moment there was such a huge twist, and it really caused their hearts to itch unbearably. First place, Sue. Feather. The crippled heaven Tao Master's voice spread to every corner of the hall. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Suyu. Wasn't he already dead? Ouya Huanyun had said it himself. Suyu had been abandoned on the island by Luo Xin, causing Suyu to die in the mouth of the evil beings. How could he still participate in the rankings? Luo Shen was shocked, and she blurted out, "Can a dead person participate in the rankings?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yu's indifferent voice came from not far away. "Who did you say was a dead person?" Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a handsome, silver-haired youth walking out of the resting hall of the side hall with his hands behind his back. Who else could it be but Su Yu's appearance? Luo Xin looked as if she had seen a ghost, and her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. She said in horror, "How could you still be alive?" Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "I've disappointed you." His eyes were cold, and there was a hint of coldness in them. Su Yu still remembered the viciousness of this woman. This debt would not be easily forgiven. Luo Xin immediately hid her shocked expression and forced herself to calm down. Ouya Huanyun was stunned for a long time, and then he immediately rushed over with joy. He grabbed Su Yu's shoulder and shook it nonstop. "You're not dead. You're not dead?" Su Yu smiled calmly. "I'm lucky. It's not easy to kill me." Chen Ziruan and the others were full of disbelief. They had clearly seen Su Yu being covered by the purple tide of evil beings. How could he be safe and sound? However, the mystery of Su Yu's survival was no longer important. What was important was how could he get the first place? Is there a problem with the rankings? No matter how I look at it, it's impossible for Su Yu to get the first place. Is there something fishy going on? It's possible. Su Yu is from an alien civilization. How could he have such a high cultivation? The only explanation is that he had the help of an expert. The Tianqin Pathmaster is about to pass away, but he doesn't have any apprentices. It's really inexcusable. There must be something fishy going on. Everyone's ranking was accompanied by the number of creation tokens, but Su Yu didn't announce anything. Isn't this kind of cover-up too arrogant? Does he still have any respect for the rest of the participants? When did the ecliptic meet degenerate into such an unfair competition? The crowd was furious, and they had already labeled Su Yu as a cheater. They could accept it if someone else got the first place. But what about Su Yu? How could a heaven ruler from an alien civilization surpass them? Luo Xin stared at Su Yu suspiciously. She also couldn't believe that Su Yu could get the first place. It should be known that Su Yu was trapped on that island without any ship. It was impossible for him to go to the other islands to search for creation tokens. After pondering for a moment, Luo Xin cupped her fists and said, "Supreme, why don't you announce the number of creation tokens Su Yu has?" The Tianqin Pathmaster was silent. As early as half a month ago, Su Yu was the first to return alone and handed over a total of 400 creation tokens. The number was twice as much as the rest of the participants combined, which was really shocking. Therefore, the Pathmasters discussed and decided to hide the number of creation tokens Su Yu had obtained for the time being to avoid provoking the rest of the participants. They didn't expect that they would have doubts because of this. The Tianqin Pathmaster looked at Luo Xin and said calmly, "There are several Pathmasters here, so they won't cheat. You don't have to worry about this. Su Yu deserves the first place. There is no doubt about it." However, it was obviously difficult to convince the crowd. Although the wine and meat Buddha and the Demon Emperor didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces showed deep dissatisfaction. Luoxin's face was indifferent. In her heart, She was already sure that the Tianqin Pathmaster was covering up for Suyu. How could she give up the first place that should have belonged to her so easily? I sincerely ask the Pathmaster to announce the truth and give us an explanation. Her eyes were full of determination. The rest of the participants also showed dissatisfaction. The ecliptic meet must be fair and transparent. Otherwise, who would participate in the ecliptic meet in the future? Openly covering up for a cheater was a scandal that shouldn't appear in the ecliptic meet. Seeing that they were asking for the specific number to be made public, the Tianqin Pathmaster and the other 4 Pathmasters looked at each other and exchanged glances. All right, since you insist, I'll grant your wish. The Tianqin Pathmaster nodded slowly and said, the number of creation tokens Suyu obtained is 407. As soon as the words came out, everyone was stunned. How many? 407? Are you sure it's not 47? You must be mistaken. How could there be so many creation tokens? Yen, Chun of the North region, only got more than 50. What kind of result is this? Isn't it too exaggerated? Humph. As expected, they are covering up for him. Someone laughed angrily. The ecliptic meet doesn't take us seriously at all. How could they compile such a ridiculous number? If it was 47, they could grit their teeth and accept it. However, 407 was more than the total of everyone present. Was it possible? Seeing that their words were getting more and more unbearable, the Tianqin Pathmaster didn't say a word. He took out more than 400 creation tokens and placed them in front of them one by one. However, this didn't appease the indignation in their hearts. What does this mean? If the Ecliptic Palace is determined to be biased, is it difficult to get some creation tokens themselves? The Ecliptic Meet is no longer worthy of its name. When I return to my civilization, I will definitely instruct the people of my civilization not to participate in the Ecliptic Meet again. After working hard for 100 years, it can't even compare to a cheater. Hearing this, the Tianqin Pathmaster's eyes finally turned cold. An invisible aura was released, and the disciples present were suddenly oppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. They found it difficult to breathe, and their expressions changed drastically. They shut their mouths one after another. Only then did they remember that the person in front of them was a Pathmaster. The dignity of the Ecliptic Palace can't be insulted. Slandering the Ecliptic Palace without any evidence can be severely punished by the law. His cold gaze swept across everyone present. There was no lack of contempt and disdain in his eyes. They judged others by their own standards when they couldn't do it. They felt that others couldn't do it as well and speculated whether the other party was cheating or not. Even if the evidence was right in front of them, they wouldn't believe it. What future could such a person have in the future? There was a reason why he didn't choose the Pathmaster successor. It was because no one from the Ecliptic Palace could catch his eye. It was the same even for the 4 prodigies. Thus, he would rather have nothing than have someone inferior. Until now, he still didn't have a successor. His stern words shocked everyone present, and they didn't dare to speak another word of nonsense. All of them kept quiet out of fear. However, the thoughts in their hearts could be seen from their eyes that were filled with anger. I know that all of you aren't convinced and don't believe it. When we pick the Bodhi fruit later, the truth will be clear. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up slightly. It wouldn't be easy to pick the Bodhi fruit in the end. The number of Bodhi fruits produced varied every time. It would be fine if there were more than 10 fruits, but if there were less than 10, they would have to compete with each other. During the fight, Su Yu's abilities could be seen clearly. If he wanted to get so many creation tokens, he couldn't be weak, could he? Thinking of this, many people cast malicious looks at him, including the Demon Emperor and the Buddha of Wine and Meat. Chapter 2056. Hearing this, the Demon God and the Wine and Meat Buddha gloated. Luo Xin's true strength was actually stronger than theirs combined. Last time, Su could barely fight Luo Xin to a draw because Luo Xin had to hide her strength. Now, when it was time to fight for the Bodhi fruit, would Luo Xin still hold back? After cleaning up the creation orders, the three of them moved to a deserted hall in the ecliptic palace. The words Bodhi Palace were engraved on the hall. Obviously, this was the former residence of a fallen path master. Outside the hall, a towering tree full of pink flowers stood tall. On the tree, 7 golden, childlike fruits were hidden under the leaves. The fruits were only the size of a palm, and they were vivid and lifelike, like living creatures. They were the Bodhi fruit, and there were only 7 of them. It seems that the Bodhi fruit didn't bear many fruits this time. Some of the participants had a meaningful look in their eyes. There had been cases where the Bodhi fruit only bore 5 fruits, so 7 was not too few. However, this time the fight for the Bodhi fruit would be very interesting, because some people who had cheated to get to this stage would have to show their true colors. The top 10 stepped forward. Su Yu and the other 10 people immediately came to the front of the courtyard. They were only 10,000 feet away from the Bodhi tree. For strong people like them, they could teleport there in the blink of an eye. Everyone, take your positions. The power of desolation boiled in the 10 people's bodies. Su Yu also took it seriously. What was the purpose of him participating in the ecliptic assembly? Wasn't it to get the Bodhi fruit? Now that the Bodhi fruit was right in front of him, he could not afford to miss it. Normally, with his strength, he would have a great chance of getting one of the 7 fruits. But now, everyone regarded him as an enemy, and the process of fighting for the fruit would inevitably be blocked. The fight would only last for a moment, and he could not afford to be hindered. Therefore, he had to use some tricks. Start! The Tianqin Path Master shouted. Luo Xin, the demon god, and the wine and meat Buddha were the fastest. As soon as the word start came out, they had already reached the Bodhi tree and raised their hands to grab the Bodhi fruit. Several competitors formed a formation in front of Su Yu, disturbing the space with their powerful desolation power, so that Su Yu could not teleport. However, the scene of Su Yu being exasperated did not happen as they had imagined. Su Yu, on the other hand, was standing motionless on the spot, which puzzled them for a moment. Then they suddenly understood. Looks like he's still a little smart. He knows that if he makes a move, he'll definitely expose his background, so he might as well not participate in the fight. You're really looking down on me. The facts are clear. There's nothing more to say. However, at this moment, the 7 Bodhi fruits on the Bodhi tree suddenly glowed with a faint red light. With a whoosh, it disappeared into thin air. Luo Xin, the monster monarch, and the wine meat Buddha were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Spatial divine art? What was incomprehensible was that the 3 of them were so powerful that even the power of space was in chaos in the vicinity. In theory, spatial magic was ineffective. The others caught up and looked at the empty Bodhi tree. They were all at a loss and looked at each other. Who is it? Who took the fruit? As the crowd looked around, they suddenly noticed that Su Yu was calmly stuffing the 7 fruits into his space storage device. It's you. Everyone was shocked. The eyes of the 5 path masters who were watching from the side lit up. Under the situation where the power of space was in chaos, he was still able to use spatial divine art. Yes, it was a perfect spatial divine art. Incredible. The Tianqin Pathmaster's eyes shone brightly. He thought he was proficient in spatial divine arts, but in the current situation he couldn't control the power of space as precisely as Su Yu. Could it be that his attainments in space are higher than mine? The Tianqin Pathmaster's mind flashed with this absurd thought. Luoxin's pretty face changed dramatically. Seeing that Su Yu had stuffed all the Bodhi fruits into the space storage device, she exclaimed, "Stop!" Su Yu turned a deaf ear to her and stuffed all the Bodhi fruits into the storage device. Then he raised his eyes calmly and asked, "What can I do for you?" Luoxin's eyes were cold, and she reprimanded him. "Don't you think it's too much for you to take all the Bodhi fruits by yourself?" She stood on the moral high ground and challenged Su Yu. Su Yu's face was calm as he said, "It's normal for you to kill a ship full of people. Now, I just took a few fruits. How is it too much? The Heavenly Wings Pathmaster, who was standing aside, looked calm and said nothing. However, his eyes were slightly cold as he stared at Suyu. Was he being sarcastic? How dare he? Luotian said angrily, "Don't try to change the topic. The Bodhi fruits we're talking about have nothing to do with anything else. You are so selfish. Do you want to kill yourself in the Yellow Path Palace?" Her words were ridiculous. It was as if they weren't the ones who had stopped Suyu from taking the Bodhi fruits. I remember that the rule of getting the Bodhi fruits is to compete for it based on one's ability. How did you get them? Why are you being called selfish? You looked at Luotian coldly. Instead of saying I am selfish, you are too incompetent. You can't even protect the Bodhi fruits that are right in front of you. You didn't like Luotian at all. In fact, he hated her very much. Luotian's pretty face was ice cold. She said calmly, "Demon God, Ju-Ro Buddha, what do you think?" Jo-Ro Buddha chanted. Amitabha, in the past, the Buddha cut off his flesh to feed the eagles. He was so compassionate and compassionate. Benefactor Su, it is inappropriate for you to monopolize it. Why don't you learn from the Buddha and be magnanimous? Upon hearing that, Suyu smiled without saying anything. How can a lecherous monk who eats wine and eats meat talk about Buddhism? Suyu shook his head. Ju-Ro Buddha considered himself a Buddha, but he didn't have any Buddhist qualities. The demon god's eyes were cold. He snorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Getting the Bodhi fruits isn't a big deal. Keeping it is a real skill. When he finished speaking, he took the lead and attacked Suyu first. A huge demonic shadow appeared behind him. Combined with the demon god's powerful physique, he charged at Suyu. Physique? Suyu smiled calmly. His body suddenly grew 30 feet tall, and he transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form. He pushed the nirvana of the evil dragon to the extreme. He was much stronger than when he fought Luotian previously. With a sweep of his dragon tail, it turned into a black light and swept through the fan-shaped area within 1,000 feet. Pow! With a muffled sound, the demon god, who was famous for his physique, was swept away by the tail. He crashed into the wall of the Bodhi Palace with a dull thud. This scene made the faces of several heaven rulers, who were ranked at the bottom, change drastically. They all gasped. Suyu was holding back his strength. Jo-Ro Buddha's face turned grave. He put his palms together and chanted, Amitabha. Benefactor Su's murderous aura is so strong. I will chant a Buddhist scripture to purify you. When he finished speaking, he opened his mouth to instigate the Buddhist scripture. As the obscure Buddhist scripture entered his ears, it made him feel dizzy and dizzy. This was the power of the Buddhist path, which was extremely harmful to one's mental strength. Suyu's expression was calm. He clenched his fist, and a shining golden sarira hovered in his palm. The incomparably terrifying Buddhist light instantly illuminated the entire Bodhi Hall, making it shine with a golden brilliance. Compared to the Buddhist light of the sarira, the Buddhist light of Jo-Ro Buddha was like the light of a firefly. The Buddhist scriptures that he chanted were like clay oxen entering the sea. They were completely useless. Jo-Ro Buddha's face changed dramatically. He said in horror, This is the Path Master's Buddhist sarira." The Maitreya sect master, who was watching from the side, was deeply surprised. A junior had obtained the Path Master's Buddhist sarira. Under the influence of the Buddhist sarira, Jo-Ro Buddha's Buddhist cultivation was equivalent to being destroyed. Suyu swept his foot across, and Jo-Ro Buddha spat out divine blood on the spot. Suyu's eyes were calm. "Unfortunately, you still can't purify my murderous aura." Whoosh! All of a sudden, a sinister sword chi attacked from behind. Suyu seemed to have eyes on his back. Without looking back, he drew out the Azura sword and waved the nameless style. The magnificent sword energy swept in all directions, forcing the heaven rulers to retreat thousands of feet away. They did not dare to approach. He stood in place, but the owner of the sword energy retreated a few steps. Su Yu slowly turned around and looked at Luo Xin, who was retreating. He said lightly, "Why am I not surprised at all that you would sneak up on me?" This woman's nature was really hard to change. Luo Shen was shocked. Compared to that day, the power of Su Yu's sword had obviously improved. She said in surprise, "Your cultivation has improved." The sword technique itself had not changed, but its power had increased sharply. The only explanation was that Su Yu's cultivation had improved greatly. Su Yu did not speak, and he glanced at the three of them indifferently. "Based on strength, you can't snatch the Bodhi fruit," Su Yu said calmly. At this moment, the heaven rulers' hearts were filled with bitterness. Su Yu was really an existence that surpassed them. Among the 4 heaven rulers, 3 were defeated by him. Humph! It's not over yet. Luo Xin snorted coldly. She exchanged a look with Ju Ro Buddha and the Demon Emperor, and the 3 of them attacked Su Yu at the same time. Seeing this, the heaven rulers retreated again, their faces ugly. This is an unfair victory. Even if we defeat Su Yu together, it will be the heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace ganging up to bully the foreign heaven rulers. Chenrun shook his head, helplessly. In his opinion, if the 3 of them joined forces, Su Yu had no chance of winning. It's better than continuing, isn't it? As long as we end the fight for the Bodhi fruit, the heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace will be less humiliated. Chenrun sighed deeply. Sigh, this kind of besieging is done by the top heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace. It's an unfair victory, an unfair victory. As he sighed, Luo Xin and the other 2 heaven rulers attacked with all their might. They each sacrificed their own rule and attacked Su Yu together. What was rather shocking was that their rule was a very high-level level 7 rule. Each of the rule contained an earth-shattering power. The 3 rule appeared together, and the shadows of hundreds of rule chains vaguely appeared in the sky, flashing and disappearing. The strength of their rule actually drew out the shadows of the other rule chains. Hiss! 3 level 7 rule chains. This is going to kill someone. Yan Qin of the North region will definitely die. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent. The Bodhi fruit was already in his hands, so there was no need to hide his strength. He did not hide or evade. He was going to fight 1 against 3. He was going to fight against the 3 most outstanding heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace alone. Chapter 2057. Creak! He pointed a single finger, and a wine-red rule chain wrapped around his body. As soon as the chain appeared, it immediately caused a wave of shock. Normally, the rule chain was black. How could there be a wine-red chain? Then, a shocking scene flashed across the Ecliptic Palace. In the boundless world, the shadows of the rule chain suddenly appeared. There were tens of thousands of them, covering the sky and covering the sun. Looking up, one could only see all kinds of rule chain that made one's scalp numb. The faces of the 5 path masters changed. This is the appearance of the supreme law, the appearance of all laws. The 5 path masters' pupils shrank as they stared at Su Yu in horror. The Tianqin Pathmaster was even more shocked. It's the supreme law of space. It was no wonder that Su Yu could display such an exquisite space divine technique so easily. Even he was inferior to him. In front of the supreme law, what were the level 7 laws? The red chain appeared in a flash, like red lightning, drawing a large wine-red glow in the sky. The rule chain of Luo Xin, the Demon Emperor, and the Buddha of wine and meat were all swept away by the red light. Puff! The 3 of them were crushed to the ground by the wine-red light and were unable to move. With just one move, the 3 great heaven rulers were shocked. What kind of strength was this? Chenrun's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could not speak. The 3 great heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace were besieged by a heaven ruler from an outer civilization? From now on, How could the Ecliptic Palace's heaven rulers have the face to look down on the heaven rulers of the outer civilization? Su Yu calmly looked at the 3 heaven rulers who were suppressed to the ground by the chain and could not even move a finger. He said, "The result will be the same even if you join forces. Or the other 6 of you can come at me together." He glanced at the other 6 heaven rulers who were ranked in the top 10 of the Ecliptic Palace. No one dared to look him in the eye, and they all looked away. Under his absolute strength, they did not even have the heart to fight. Chun Runs clenched his fists, feeling ridiculous. As the heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace, they did not even have the courage to resist. What a disgrace! Su Yu was all by himself, yet he was able to overwhelm the heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Sanctum with just his gaze. They were so intimidated that they did not dare move. The people of the Ecliptic Path Temple felt ashamed. Even the masters of the 3 heavens' favorites felt ashamed. The Heavenly Wings, Tao Lord, said indifferently, "The fight for Bodhi ends here. Release him." There was a hint of reprimand in his tone. Su Yu glanced at him placidly. What a sanctimonious, Heavenly Wings, Taoist master. When his disciple went on a killing spree, he casually brushed it off by saying that victory and defeat are common in military affairs. He had only suppressed his disciple to the point where he couldn't move, but he was already unhappy. What a double standard! He retracted his chains and released the 3 of them. The Demon Emperor and Ju Ro Buddha were in awe, and they no longer dared to look at Su Yu with the slightest bit of arrogance. If it had been a life-and-death battle just now, Su Yu would have probably killed them like dogs. Only Luotian's face was filled with deep hatred. Not only had the first place of the ecliptic meeting been snatched away, but the Bodhi fruit, which could directly improve one's cultivation, had also been monopolized by Su Yu. She was now at the peak of the late stage of the 4-crown emperor, only a step away from breaking through to the 5-crown emperor. Her original plan was to obtain the Bodhi fruit during this ecliptic meeting and directly advance to the 5-crown emperor. Then she would go to other places to take up important positions and gradually become a core high-level member of the Ecliptic Path Temple. Now, all her plans had been interrupted. The resentment in her heart was boiling. "Let's go!" The Heavenly Wings Tao Lord was expressionless as he left the Bodhi Palace with Luotian. But before leaving, when passing by Ouya Huanyun, Luotian suddenly stopped and said indifferently, "My talisman is in your hands, right?" It was because Ouya Huanyun had betrayed her at the last minute and seized the attack talisman of the 5-crown emperor that she hadn't been able to kill everyone. Luotian would remember this in her heart. Ouya Huanyun looked at the Heavenly Wings Tao Lord with fear and took out the talisman and returned it to her. But Luotian didn't take it. Instead, she said meaningfully, "You stole my thing and that's it? Within 3 days, you will offer a humble apology and send it to my mansion." When she finished speaking, she turned to catch up with the Heavenly Tao Lord and strolled away. The moment she turned around, the corners of her mouth curled into a deep, cold light. The Methria Tao Lord, the Demon Clan Tao Lord, and the Lucien Tao Lord didn't leave. They seemed to be casually staying where they were. The Tiancan Tao Lord smiled helplessly and waved his hand. The ecliptic great meet is over. The heaven rulers of all regions are dismissed. The corresponding rewards and rankings will be conveyed to you later. Chin Runs and the others left one after another. Su Yu was ready to follow them. The Bodhi fruit was in his hands. It was time to leave the Ecliptic Palace and go to the Demon Clan to fulfill the promise of the 9-tailed white fox. "My little friend, please wait." Suddenly, the Lucien Tao Lord waved his sleeves and stopped Su Yu. Su Yu said calmly, "What advice do you have for me?" "The few of us have some things to discuss with you alone," the Lucien Tao Lord said meaningfully. The few heaven rulers who were about to leave stopped at the same time and couldn't help but look back with jealousy and envy. Su Yu had defeated the demonic heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace. The Path Masters were probably very tempted and wanted to take him in. They were jealous, but they couldn't. They left with complicated feelings. When they had completely left, the Lucien Tao Lord was the first to speak. He sighed and said, "I have just lost a disciple, and there is a vacant disciple position. Are you willing to come to my Lucien Palace to develop?" Yen Chun of the North region was the Lucien Daolord's disciple. The Lucien Daolord's strength was beyond doubt, since he was able to nurture the number one heaven ruler of the four regions. The Methria Tao Lord laughed while stroking his belly. "Old Ghost Lucien, you should be able to see that this lad has the Path Master's Buddha Sarira and is a fated person of the Buddhist faction. Isn't it inexcusable to steal a Buddhist disciple like this? Haha, both of you, I don't quite understand what you are arguing about. This lad has the bloodline of the demon dragon. He will only have a real future under the grooming of the demon clan. Don't you too mislead him," the demon clan master said. Upon hearing that, the Lucien Tao Lord and the Methria Tao Lord each insisted on their own opinions and fought to take Suyu in. The Tiankin Tao Lord looked at Suyu and said, "My little friend, what do you think? If you become the disciple of the three Tao Lords, your right to enter the upper palace will be taken away." In order to prevent the Tao Lords from using the influence of their disciples to control the upper palace of the Ecliptic Palace, a rule was set up. All the disciples of the Tao Lords were not allowed to enter the upper palace. People like the Luotian, the Demon Emperor, and the Wine and Meat Buddha were prepared to break off their master-disciple relationship with their masters. If Su Yu agreed to become their disciple at this moment, he would not have the chance to enter the upper palace. "My little friend, compared to entering the upper palace, you will get more benefits under my command," the Lucien Tao Lord said confidently. If a Tao Lord was willing to train a disciple with all his strength, the disciple's future would be extraordinarily bright. The Methria Tao Lord and the Demon Clan Master said the same. They were more than happy to train a being who had comprehended the supreme law, and they would even hand over their Tao Lord's true teachings to him. Chapter 2058. There had always been a rumor in the great beginning realm that anyone who grasped a supreme profound would become a Tao Lord. His future was limitless. If they could recruit Su Yu as their subordinates, he would become a Path Master sooner or later. At that time, as their teacher, he would receive endless benefits. Su Yu was silent for a while. He had expected the outcome when he displayed the law of space. "I'm indebted to all of you elders for your kindness. I was lucky enough to comprehend the space law, so I'm not qualified to become the Supreme Being's disciple. Please forgive me for not tarnishing the Supreme Being's reputation," Su Yu said. He understood very well that becoming a Supreme Being's disciple would bind him to the Ecliptic Palace. His footsteps would never stop here. Having been rejected by Su Yu, the thoughts of the three Path Masters changed. A tinge of disappointment appeared in Lucien Tao Master's eyes. "You must have foresight in everything you do. Even though you are only in the limelight for a short period of time by holding a post in the upper palace, you will only have the opportunity to pry into the great ways of the universe and step into the ranks of Tao Masters if you train under me." The Methria Buddha and the Path Master of the Demon Clan quietly observed Su Yu's expression. However, Su Yu did not think for long. He said, "I will say the same thing. I cannot drag down the honor of a supreme martial artist." Having said that, as Tao Lords, they had their own pride and dignity. Su Yu had rejected them twice, so they naturally would not put down their pride. Sigh. Tao Master Lucien sighed in disappointment and did not speak further. His face was filled with contempt. He had the profound meaning of the supreme laws, but he had no foresight at all. He had given up on a bright future just for the sake of a small profit. Such a stupid person was not worthy of his full effort in nurturing. The Methria Path Master and the Demon Clan's Path Master were also silent for a moment. They were extremely disappointed when they realized that Su Yu's temperament was flawed. Think about it again. The crippled heaven Tao Master smiled faintly. Becoming a Tao Master's disciple is the dream of many paragons. By rejecting them, you're actually rejecting the possibility of becoming a Tao Master. Since ancient times until now, Tao Lords have always been of the same lineage. Before a Tao Lord perishes, only by inheriting his legacy can the next Tao Lord be born. Besides that, practically no one can become a Tao Lord on their own. There are millions of great Taos in the world, and each Tao could only accommodate one Tao Master. In order to become a Tao Lord of a certain Tao, the only way was for the previous Tao Lord to die. Su Yu rejected them. It was impossible for him to become the Path Master alone. It doesn't matter, Su Yu said calmly. Tao Master Lu Xian's expression was calm, and he no longer had the intention to recruit him. Such a short-sighted junior was not worthy of becoming their successor. The crippled Heaven Tao Master nodded. All right. In that case, as the champion of the Ecliptic meeting, you have the right to head to the number 1 half-path civilization in the Ecliptic Palace, the Limitless Civilization. Congratulations! Perhaps this was the answer that Su Yu wanted. However, it had to be said that he focused too much on immediate benefits and lacked foresight. However, Su Yu said, I'm sorry, but I'm too weak to take on such an important position. The Tao Lords were surprised. If he rejected them, he would also reject the position. What did he want? The sky-crippling Tao Lord couldn't help but be curious. Then, do you want to stay in the Ecliptic Tao Palace and develop? In the past, there were similar bitter cultivators. After successfully fighting their way into the top 10 of the Ecliptic Assembly, they weren't willing to go out to work, so they stayed in the Ecliptic Hall and enjoyed the offerings from the upper hall, cultivating in peace. Could this be Su Yu's plan? However, this kind of plan was even more hopeless than the first two. My apologies, this junior is also unwilling to stay in the Ecliptic Palace. Hearing this, the 4 of them were shocked. He didn't even want to join the Ecliptic Palace? Then why did he participate in the Ecliptic Assembly? Can you tell us your purpose for participating in the Ecliptic Assembly? The sky-crippling Tao Lord said. Just say it, we won't blame you for it. He was very curious. What did this youth want? After muttering to himself for a moment, Su Yu said, To be honest, I participated in the Ecliptic Assembly for the Bodhi fruit. I have no intention of joining the Ecliptic Tao Palace. Now that the Bodhi fruit was in his hands, he naturally wouldn't stay in the Ecliptic Tao Palace. The Tao Lords were slightly startled. Compared to the Bodhi fruit, wouldn't joining the Ecliptic Tao Palace be a greater gain? Was Su Yu buying the casket and returning the pearls? However, Su Yu continued, My path isn't in the Ecliptic Tao Palace, but lies in a more distant civilization. If I stop here, my life will forever remain in the Ecliptic Tao Palace, and I won't be able to advance any further. Hearing this, the Tao Lords couldn't help but size Su Yu up. What great ambitions! No wonder he had such earth-shattering strength. The firmness of his mind was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Little friend Su, perhaps you have underestimated the Ecliptic Tao Palace. In the vast nothingness, the Ecliptic Tao Palace is the most prosperous and prosperous place. If you give up this place, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find another place that can accommodate you. The Lu Xian Tao Master's attitude changed as he advised Su Yu. Su Yu shook his head lightly and said, The ancients say that a place is a prison. If I regard the Ecliptic Tao Palace as the place where I will struggle for the rest of my life, it will be no different from looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. It will be difficult for me to achieve anything in my life. Upon hearing this, the Tao Lords looked at each other and smiled. Their smiles were filled with deep approval and complicated emotions. The Tiancan Tao Master sighed with emotion. Once upon a time, when we were youths, we were hot-blooded geniuses who yearned for the future. It was only after we became Tao Lords that we understood how cruel the truth of the world is. His words were filled with deep meaning. As Tao Lords, why were they willing to gather in the Ecliptic Tao Palace? They were invincible overlords anywhere they went. But in the Ecliptic Tao Palace, they were ordinary Tao Lords. There was no reason for them to gather here. However, I support you. The Tian Dao Master said. So, I will give you a mission. Su Yu frowned slightly. He should have made it clear that he didn't want to join the ecliptic Dao Palace. Please hear me out. This isn't a mission from the ecliptic Dao Palace, but a personal mission from me. You can accept it or reject it. Su Yu thought about it and didn't reject it immediately. He said, Senior, please speak. The Tianqin Dao Master nodded slowly and said, My lifespan is less than 100 years. I will soon pass away and disappear from this world. The Lucian Dao Master and the other 2 Dao Lords looked sorrowful. The appearance of a chess piece in a dream meant that the Dao Lord would die. Old friends of many years were about to leave them. Before I pass away, I would like to answer a question for me and my old friends. The Tianqin Dao Master's eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Upon hearing this, the Lucian Dao Master said in shock, Tianqin, you can't. The Mithria Dao Master and the Demon Clan Dao Lords understood what was going on and hurriedly stopped him. However, the Tianqin Dao Master waved his hand and laughed softly. Death is like a fallen leaf returning to its roots for me. It's just a cycle of fate. You don't have to worry about it. Instead of passing away, I would rather use my broken body to solve the doubts that have been bothering my old friends for many years before I die. Su Yu listened attentively and didn't interrupt him. I hope you can take a trip to the demon dimension on my behalf, the Tianqin Dao Master said. The demon dimension? Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly, but he said calmly, Senior, please continue. Chapter 2059. This doubt was the common mystery of all the Path Masters of the Ecliptic Palace, and it was like a fishbone stuck in their throats. For many years, no one had been able to solve it. Only the indestructible ancestor demon of the demon realm, who was rumored to be born with the creation of the world, might know. It was rumored that he had lived from the creation of the world to the present, immortal and indestructible. He knew the past and the future 100 million years, and there was nothing he did not know about the cause and effect of the world. However, there was a price for answering people's questions, and he would ask for the most precious things from the questioner. Some were lifelong cultivation, some were lives, some were loved ones, and some were good memories. As a Path Master, the most precious thing for them was naturally the legacy of their lifetime. The Tianqin Path Master had never accepted a disciple in his life. Perhaps a long time ago, he had the idea of sacrificing his legacy to seek the truth. Su Yu didn't know much about the demon realm, and he didn't know that the Tianqin Path Master planned to sacrifice his legacy as the price. However, if it was just to bring something and replace the questioning, there was no problem. Su Yu's eyes flashed slightly and he asked, I wonder why you gave this task to me? The Ecliptic Palace is full of talents, and there are countless experts. Why did you choose me? He was just the strongest heaven ruler of this year. What about the previous years? What about the last 2 years? What about the last 3 years? Among them, there was no lack of peak-level existences with 5 crowns. It was unreasonable to give such an important task to Su Yu. The Tianqin Path Master smiled slightly. Do you remember when you first entered the Ecliptic Palace, the test that required you to stay in the Mingxin residence? Su Yu was surprised. Was that arranged by the supreme martial artist? He had wondered if it was really a test. Since then, there had been no reward or punishment. It was indeed arranged by the supreme martial artist. The Tianqin Path Master looked at him with admiration. Looking around, only 2 people realized that it was a test and came up with a solution. One of them was Yan Chen of the North region, and the other was you. What I was testing was your ability to adapt. At the beginning, everyone entered the city at the same time, and they were all unfamiliar with the place. The fact that Su Yu could be the first to realize the existence of the test and boldly set up his own Clear Mind residence showed that he had a strong ability to adapt. Even in such an unfamiliar environment, he could still calmly and correctly deal with seemingly vague matters. To tell you the truth, I initially had my eyes on Yan Chen of the North region. However, I unexpectedly realized that you are more suitable than Yenshin. The heaven-crippling Tao Master admired him deeply. Your performance in the Sea of Creation is truly shocking. They had witnessed everything that happened in the Sea of Fortune from the entire city. He was well aware of Su Yu's performance. Not only was he strong, but he was also full of schemes. What was even rarer was that he had an excellent character. In times of crisis, he was able to save his companions from evil beings. He could also lend a helping hand, helping the island creatures that he met by chance, bringing them away from that place. Perhaps it would be more suitable for him to pass the task to Su Yu. Su Yu nodded slowly. I see. The ecliptic meeting was a huge test from the start. If you can complete the task this time, I will give you something. The Tian Kandao Master naturally wouldn't let Su Yu work for nothing. He took out 3 white leaves. Each leaf was missing a corner, giving off a very strange feeling. They weren't talismans, nor were they magical treasures. Su Yu didn't know what they were. However, when the Lucian Dao Master and the others saw them, they were shocked and said, Tiancan, you have really... The Tiancan Dao Master nodded slowly and looked at Su Yu with a smile. These are things that I have plucked from my own path. There are 3 pieces in total. When each piece is crushed, it can release an all-out attack that can obliterate all enemies. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's heart palpitated with excitement. A divine object that could release an attack from a Dao Master? The Tiancan Dao Master was an older generation Dao Master in the Ecliptic Palace. His strength was unfathomable, and he was above most Dao Masters. With this object to protect himself, wouldn't he be too afraid of encountering Dao Masters? However, all 3 leaves are sealed by my thoughts. Unless you complete the task, my thoughts won't disappear. The Tiancan Dao Master gave the leaves to Su Yu. Now, the leaves were equivalent to useless objects. Only when Su Yu completed the task would his amazing strength be released. Su Yu put it away carefully. He subconsciously wanted to keep it in the 9 jade spiritual pearl, but after thinking for a moment, he stuffed it into the space cavern on his wrist. The 9-tailed white fox gave Su Yu an unfathomable feeling. It was better not to put such an important object in the 9 jade spiritual pearl, which was under her control. I will definitely complete the task. Please tell me the details of the indestructible ancestral demon. The Tiancan Dao Master nodded, took out a wisp of memory, and touched it between Su Yu's eyebrows. Suddenly, all the relevant information appeared in Su Yu's mind. Going to the demon dimension isn't something that can be done in a day. Ordinary intercivilization transportation portals can't reach there. You need to use the Rahu Heavenly Eye to reach there. According to my observation, the most recent Rahu Heavenly Eye will appear in 5 years, so you have 5 years to prepare. 5 years was enough. After a pause, the Tiancan Dao Master waved his palm. 2 young, strong men, a man and a woman, appeared in front of Su Yu. Their cultivation was extremely powerful, and they were both at the peak of the 5-crown martial emperors. These are my 2 registered disciples, Plain Clothes and Plain Brocade. The Tiancan Dao Master said, both of you will protect Mr. Su from today onwards. You must ensure his safety. Yes, Master. Plain Clothes and Plain Brocade bowed in response. At the same time, they cupped their fists at Su Yu. Greetings, Mr. Su. Su Yu's face was calm. All right, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you then. He had the personal protection of the Hunter King and many other hunters, so he naturally didn't have much feelings for their protection. Plain Clothes and Plain Brocade looked at each other, slightly dissatisfied. This kid, if not for their master's sake, who would be willing to protect him? He actually had a clear conscience on his face. In their imagination, Su Yu should be overwhelmed by the favor, or at least he should be in awe. But his performance really didn't satisfy the 2 of them. Then I will take my leave for now. Su Yu cupped his fists and returned to the Mingxin residence that he had built himself in the city. Ouya Huanyun, Jun and Lu Ruxian were all there. They were sitting around a table, chatting with each other. The one who performed the best among us should be Brother Uya. He has successfully entered the top 50 of the ecliptic meet. An invitation letter from the Middle Palace will arrive soon, right? Lu Ruxian said with jealousy and envy. Jun's face was full of envy as well. He sighed. With such a ranking, Brother Uya will at least get the position of the person in charge of a half-path civilization sub-palace. He will really achieve meteoric success in the future. After the ecliptic meet, the small gap between them had widened 100-fold. In the future, they would be people of two different worlds. Lu Ruxian and Jun's performances weren't very satisfactory, so they could only enter the lower palace. Perhaps to ordinary people, this was already very enviable, but compared to Uya Huanyun, it was nothing. Unexpectedly, Uya Huanyun had a bitter smile on his face. Are the two of you mocking me? Su Yu is like a pearl in front of me. Aren't you trying to embarrass me by flattering me like this? Chapter 2060. They had come together, but in the end, Su Yu became the champion of the Ecliptic Palace meeting. He crushed all the other heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace meeting, and his name spread throughout the Ecliptic Palace civilization faculty. In front of Su Yu, their measly achievements were not worthy of mentioning at all. It's laughable that I thought he was inferior to me. So, Lu Ruxian smiled bitterly. To be able to point out her shortcomings and help her correct them. How could he be an ordinary person? Recalling how she had repeatedly underestimated Su Yu's abilities, Lu Ruxian's pretty face turned slightly red and hot. Jun's face reddened in shame. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's unbearable to recall the past. Not only had he underestimated Su Yu, but he had also fought him face to face. The result, cough, was miserable. Lu Ruxian sighed and said, Sigh. Now that he's a member of the upper palace, he's already an unreachable existence for us. It'll be difficult to even see him in the future. She regretted not being able to build a deeper relationship with Su Yu. Hee, what's so difficult about wanting to see me? Su Yu pushed open the door and entered. Lu Ruxian was startled. Then she cautiously stood up and cupped her hands. Greetings, fellow Taoist Su. Uya Huanyun and Jun immediately stood up to greet them, and their expressions revealed traces of nervousness. Su Yu's current status was extraordinary, and he gave them a lot of pressure. Hee, we're all friends, so there's no need to be so courteous. Take a seat. Su Yu waved his hand and gestured for them to sit down. The three of them sat down and chatted for a while. Only then did they regain the feeling of the past and felt much more relaxed. Young Master Su, you're going to the demon realm? Lu Ruxian found it unbelievable. He gave up his good future in the Ecliptic Palace and went to the demon race alone. Only Uya Huanyun understood Su Yu's thoughts. He sighed and said, Brother Su, you have great ambitions. I really admire you. Uya Huanyun paused for a moment before he focused his gaze and said, However, isn't Brother Su's decision a little too rash? The demon realm is a very dangerous place. Not to mention that there are many extremely dangerous places that are listed as forbidden areas. The people of the demon clan are also fierce and aggressive. They will kill at the slightest disagreement. Moreover, the demon clan is very repulsive towards outsiders. It is very difficult for non-demon creatures to advance in the demon realm. Su Yu understood this from the Tian Kandao master's memories. He nodded and said, I know what I'm doing. After Su Yu mulled it over for a moment, he took out 3 Bodhi fruits and gave one to each of them. What, Bodhi fruit? The 3 of them turned pale with fright. This was an item that only the top 10 heavens prides of the Ecliptic Palace could obtain. If it was used at the peak of a 4-crown emperor, then they would be able to break through to a 5-crown emperor without any suspense. It was a wondrous item that could only be discovered by luck and not sought after. Su Yu had actually given them 3 pills. As a matter of fact, The Bodhi fruit didn't amount to much for Suyu. As long as he left some seeds behind, he would be able to plant thousands upon thousands of them in the future. Just take it. The Bodhi fruit can only be used once in a person's life, so it's useless to keep it, Suyu said calmly. Ouya Huanyun struggled fiercely. In the end, he got up and bowed deeply. Huanyun will never forget brother Su's great kindness. A single Bodhi fruit was a great fortune, and it would have an immeasurable impact on one's future. Lu Ruxian and Shi Jun, they were extremely grateful. Suyu laughed. You don't have to thank me. In the future, if you have the opportunity to hold a post in a different civilization and come across an organization called the Cauldron, I will be eternally grateful if you can lend me a hand. Cauldron? Ouya Huanyun memorized the name of the organization. He didn't ask about Suyu's relationship with it in detail. Brother Su, don't worry. I won't be the only one. I will mobilize all the friends I know to take care of the Cauldron. Apart from anything else, the heavenly secret civilization, where his family was from, would be able to help the Cauldron from then on. Suyu believed that Ouya Huanyun's family would also find a way to help the Cauldron repay the debt of gratitude after receiving a Bodhi fruit. In that case, Suyu was relieved. The 3 Bodhi fruits were well worth it. In the end, Suyu looked at Ouya Huanyun and asked thoughtfully, "What do you plan to do?" Ouya Huanyun's joyful heart immediately fell to the freezing point. There was another matter that troubled him deeply. The Luo deity ordered him to return the talisman to him within 3 days. She ordered him to apologize and apologize. Based on Goddess Luo's character, it would be a disaster, not a blessing. I have no choice but to go. Ouya Huanyun clenched his teeth, feeling very helpless. The Cauldron was backed by the Heavenly Wings Taoist master. What could a nobody from an extraterrestrial civilization like him do? Suyu pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Be careful. The 3 of them talked for a while, then went back to rest. Suyu returned to the secret chamber and took out a cavern world. With a thought, he released Jin Yuan and the other 2 5-crown divine warriors. The incomparably rich divine energy made Jin Yuan look ecstatic. Is this the divine realm? Suyu smiled faintly. You can say that. These are all the people of your island. Bring them along and find a suitable place to start a faction. He handed the cavern world to Jin Yuan, fulfilling his promise. Jin Yuan and the 2 5-crown divine warriors swept their souls and immediately discovered the prosperity and boundless vastness of the ecliptic palace. They were overwhelmed with emotions. After confirming that Suyu had not deceived them and had not made any requests, they felt very conflicted. The pointy-faced 5-crown divine warrior was the most ashamed. He had been questioning Suyu's motives. Now it seemed that he had been gauging the heart of a ruler with his own mean measure. The 3 of them looked at each other. Jin Yuan took out a storage ring and presented it to Suyu. He said, "Our island is desolate, and we have nothing else to give you. This is just a small token of our appreciation." Suyu tried to refuse it again and again, but he had no choice but to accept it. Jin Yuan and the 2 divine warriors of heaven and earth bowed to Suyu. "We will meet again." After watching the 3 of them leave the Mingxin residence, Suyu looked at the storage device in his hand. He had imagined that it would be the island's resources. However, as his eyes swept across it, Suyu's expression changed drastically. Token of creation. A single fortune token wasn't anything strange, but there were more than 700 of them inside. How could the last island have so many tokens of creation? Unbelievable. Suyu was shocked. He had speculated that there would only be a few dozen tokens of creation on that island. It seemed like the creation Tao Master had done this on purpose to give the largest island the possibility of endless creation. Now that Jin Yuan and the others had left the Sea of Creation, the tokens of creation would not be soaked in the Sea of Creation and would not produce the mysterious energy of creation. They were now useless objects, so they were given to Suyu for his training. They did not know that Suyu had completed his training. They did not know that others could not contain the water of the Sea of Creation, but Suyu could. Before leaving, he had filled a furnace with the Sea of Creation's Sea of Creation by chance. Looking at so many tokens of creation, Suyu could not help but feel a little excited. Good and evil would be rewarded. His unintentional action had brought him great opportunities. Suyu took out all the tokens of creation and threw them into the Sea of Creation. A large amount of energy of creation gushed out. Suyu inhaled all of it in one breath, and his cultivation rose sharply along with it. Chapter 2061. Previously, with the help of 400 creation medallions, his cultivation had increased by 40%. Now that there were more than 700 more tokens of creation, Suyu's cultivation rapidly increased, and he quickly reached the bottleneck of the early stage of the 4-crown divine warrior. However, with the help of the mysterious creation chi, those bottlenecks were broken after a short while. A gust of ferocious divine energy swept toward Suyu and gushed into his inner world, quickly settling into the desolation power. After a whole day, Suyu let out a long breath, his eyes shining brightly. Mid-stage 4-crown Emperor Realm. In terms of great desolation power, it was twice as powerful as before. When the same move was used, its power would increase by a large margin. If I were to fight with Luotian again, I would be able to defeat her easily with my sword techniques alone, right? Suyu muttered to himself. At the same time, Luotian estate. Luotian sat cross-legged as her aura fluctuated. His master, the Heavenly Wings Tao Lord, used a profound Tao Lord intent to protect him. Suddenly, Luo Shen's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body rapidly weakened. However, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I still improved. Thank you, Master." If one observed carefully, they would discover that her cultivation had increased slightly, closing in on the peak of the late stage of a 4-crown emperor. He was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to become a 5-crown emperor. The Empyrean Wing Daylord's expression was indifferent. If you were capable, why would you need to go through such a painful process? Luo Shen's face was filled with shame. Disciple knows her mistake. What's wrong? When I killed him, I didn't confirm whether he was dead or not, which gave Suyu a chance to catch his breath. Luo Shen was filled with remorse. She had been too conceited and had assumed that Suyu had been killed by an evil being. However, she had not verified it, which had led to the current situation. In the future, we'll both be in the Ecliptic Palace. I'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Luo Shen spoke again, her eyes filled with resentment. If it wasn't for Suyu, she would have become a 5-crown emperor with the help of the Bodhi fruit. Why would she need to rely on the painful fight poison with poison technique to improve her weak cultivation? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Su, you didn't join the Yellow Palace. Instead, he's about to leave for the realm of demons, the Heavenly Wings Pathmaster said expressionlessly. Luo Shen was taken aback. How could this be? It was impossible for her to take revenge. Damn it! Luotian's eyes turned sinister. She was preparing to take revenge. Her cultivation base had just increased, and her overall abilities should be able to reach the same level as Suyu. Coupled with her connections in the Ecliptic Palace, dealing with Suyu would be a piece of cake. Damn it! When is he leaving? Luotian asked again. Any time, said the Empyrean Wing Tao Lord. What do you plan to do? If we can't deal with him, then we'll give him a gift. Luo Shen muttered. A profound look flashed across her pretty face. It's up to you. If there are any difficulties, tell me immediately. For that person's sake, I will fulfill my responsibility as a master, the Empyrean Wings Tao Lord said indifferently. Luo Shen said, Thank you, Master. So it turned out that Luo Shen had another identity. after he respectfully sent the heaven-winged Dowlord off. It wasn't long before Uya Huanyin stood hesitantly before the estate, and he didn't dare enter. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and paid his respects. The butler looked at him with disdain and said, "Ha! Master said that if you want to see her, you have to follow the literal meaning. Offer a humble apology?" Uya Huanyun's face turned green and red. He placed the talisman at the door and said, "Take it or leave it." As he spoke, he turned around and was about to leave. "Ha! Master said that if you take 10 steps, you will bear the consequences yourself," the butler said indifferently. Uya Huanyin was not afraid at all. He snorted coldly. "Fine, I'll bear the consequences. The worst that can happen is death. Asking me to offer a humble apology? Does a woman like her deserve it?" If he took away a talisman, he would have to offer a humble apology. How could she offer a humble apology for killing Yanqin and so many crew members? Wouldn't it be enough to offer a humble apology with her death? Master said that she won't kill you. She will kill Lu Ruxian first, and then Shijun. If you don't believe me, you can try taking 10 more steps forward. Uya Huanyun's face was changing rapidly. With Luo Xin's connections, how difficult would it be to keep 2 unknown people from the outer civilization in the ecliptic palace forever? It would be easy to kill them. Uya Huanyun wasn't afraid of his own death, but he didn't want to implicate Lu Ruxian, and Shijun Luo Xin was very good at reading people. She knew that Uya Huanyun was loyal to his friends. Uya Huanyun gave in after being threatened. He lowered his head and said, "I didn't bring any thorns." Master has already prepared it for you." The butler threw a bundle of thorns in front of him. Luo Xin had even prepared this. Uya Huanyun struggled for a moment before he roared. He tore his clothes apart and carried the thorns on his back. In that instant, Uya Huanyun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The thorns were covered in a highly toxic substance. The slightest touch would immediately cause his skin to feel a tearing pain. His skin turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and black blood flowed out. Uya Huanyun gritted his teeth and said, "Can I see her now?" The butler opened the door and chuckled. "Of course. Master welcomes those who sincerely admit their mistakes. Please follow me." Under the caretaker's unhurried guidance, Uya Huanyun bled all the way until he finally arrived before an elegant pavilion. On the second floor, Luo Xin was wearing a pink dress. Her figure was elegant like an immortal. She played the 7-string zither and played a light melody. As she played, she looked straight ahead and asked, "Is my melody nice?" Uya Huanyun endured the pain that spread throughout his body and said, It's nice." "Since it's nice, why don't you listen to it properly?" The butler smiled evilly and kicked Uya Huanyun's knee. With a plop, Uya Huanyun fell to his knees. Master's melody is rare. Only by kneeling can I show my respect to Master." Uya Huanyun didn't say a word and endured it silently. Finally, Uya Huanyun finished listening to the melody amidst the pain. Luo Shan walked down the stairs and arrived in front of Uya Huanyun. The maid behind her immediately brought over a luxurious chair for Luo Xin to sit down gracefully. "Tell me, why are you here today?" Uya Huanyun endured the humiliation and said, "I'm here to ask for forgiveness." "What? Can you speak louder?" "I'm here to ask for forgiveness." "Uya," Huanyun roared. Even the passers-by outside the residence could hear him and looked over in astonishment. Only then did Luo Xin nod her chin in satisfaction. "Then what did you do wrong?" Uya Huanyun lowered his head and said, "I shouldn't have betrayed you." Luo Xin said calmly, "Let me tell you a story about a dog. There was once a dog that bit its master. The master was benevolent and decided to forgive the dog. That dog was grateful for its master's kindness, so it bit off one of its arms. Since then, it has been obedient to its master. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Uya Huanyun's face sank. Of course he understood. Luo Xin compared him to a dog and even wanted him to cut off one of his arms to vent the hatred in Luo Xin's heart. Chapter 2062. Fine. He endured the excruciating pain and broke his right arm with the power of desolation in his body. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and Ouya Huanyin almost fainted from the excruciating pain. Clenching his teeth, he took out the Peak 5-crown Divine Warrior Talisman with his remaining right hand and handed it over with trembling hands. Please don't make things difficult for my friends. Luo Xin took the talisman calmly and put it away. Her eyes became sharp as she said, "Actually, the story about the dog was fabricated. There was no such story." Ouya Huanyin raised his head abruptly and said, "Then, my friends," Luo Xin stood up and said, "why should I let them go? If they die, you will blame yourself and regret it for the rest of your life. Isn't that better?" "What?" Ouya Huanyin stood up abruptly. "I've carried the thorns and broken my arm. What else do you want?" Luo Xin said calmly, "I can do whatever I want. What can you do to me?" "You." Ouya Huanyin was furious. He knew he had been fooled. "Guards, keep this gift and give it to Suyu." Luo Xin flicked her sleeves and stared at the arm with a cold smile. The butler bent down to pick up the arm and said with a smile, "What a good dog's leg. And it was bitten off by yourself, hee." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished his mocking words, he felt the weight on his shoulders lighten. He was stunned for a moment and looked sideways, only to find that his right arm was empty. There was a very smooth cut on his right shoulder. Because the cut was so sharp, no blood flowed out. After a while, the boundless pain finally surged, causing the butler to scream in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Why does the dog of the Luo mansion sound like a pig when it screams? A cold voice came from Ouya Huanyin's shoulder. A speck of dust, from small to large, folded into a clear figure. It was Suyu himself. Such a strange space divine technique made Luoxin's eyelids twitch violently. The smile on his face froze, and he said gloomily, "Suyu, how dare you break into my mansion?" Suyu acted as if he hadn't heard him, and with a wave of his hand he summoned Ouya Huanyin's arm and pressed it on his severed arm. Then he secretly injected a wisp of life force into the arm, causing it to instantly recover. At the same time, his life force was still flowing through his body, completely restoring his skin that was damaged by the thorns. "Brother Su," Ouya Huanyin said in surprise. He couldn't figure out why Suyu had come here, and how did he get here? How could Suyu not come? Even though he knew that Luo Shinluo was up to no good, was he still going to watch as Ouya Huanyin jumped into a pit of fire? Suyu had followed Ouya Huanyin when he left the Mingxin residence. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Suyu asked the same question as Luo Xin. Ouya Huanyin was startled. He didn't explain that his betrayal was actually to avenge Suyu. He just said, "Perhaps I shouldn't have betrayed him." He was slightly disappointed, as even Suyu felt that he was in the wrong. "Looks like you still haven't come to your senses." Suyu shook his head. "Maybe I should wait until Lu Ruxian and Shi Jun are killed by this woman. It won't be too late for me to appear after you've achieved complete enlightenment." Ouya Huanyin was startled. "Your mistake was to reason with a mad dog in a human way." Suyu said calmly, "Do you understand now?" Only now did Ouya Huanyin understand that Suyu was blaming him for being too naive and trying to make peace with a mad woman like Luo Shinluo. "I understand, and I know I was wrong," Ouya Huanyin said. "When dealing with a mad dog, don't say or do anything unnecessary. Just hit it hard. It's best if you kill it, so as to prevent future troubles," Suyu said calmly, his eyes slowly turning to Luo Shinluo. Luo Shinluo's pretty face was still calm, as if she was an otherworldly fairy. However, the anger in her eyes couldn't be concealed. "Suyu, you ruined my plans, barged into my residence, and insulted me. Do you really think you can come and go as you please?" Luo Shinluo said calmly. She took out her ancient sword again and pointed it at Suyu from afar. When the sword was drawn, the matchless swordsmanship stunned time and space. Compared to the previous swordsmanship, it was much more powerful because of the increase in cultivation. Su Yu's face was calm as he waved the Azura sword casually. It was a nameless sword, but it dazzled the world. Its power was twice as powerful as before. Creak! Luo Shinluo's sword energy was easily cut apart like paper. The remnants of the sword energy pierced through the sky, shredding a large part of Luo Shinluo's pink dress, revealing her seductive white skin. Luo Shinluo's face changed dramatically, and she said in shock, You broke through to the middle stage of the Four-Crown Emperor. How was that possible? In just 2 days he had broken through to a new level. However, she didn't have time to think about it. She hurriedly covered up her exposed body and scolded, Su Yu, this is my residence. Please behave yourself. Su Yu paused, and with a tap of his foot a shocking scene appeared. With Su Yu as the center, the space within a radius of 10,000 feet was directly moved to an uninhabited suburb. This is no longer your residence. I can do as I please. Su Yu's eyes were calm. If Luo Shinluo had stopped here, he might not have bothered to find trouble with her. However, she still wanted to give Su Yu a gift. In that case, he might as well give her a gift in return. Swoosh! Luo Shinluo fled without hesitation. However, before she could get far, she was pulled back 3 feet in front of Su Yu by the power of space. Luo Shinluo reacted quickly, and without thinking, she threw out a hidden weapon made of nothingness from her sleeves. Anyone below the 5-crown emperor level would be killed. However, Su Yu seemed to have expected it. A layer of dragon scales appeared on his arm, and he raised his arm to slap the hidden weapon away. At the same time, his arm, which was full of physical strength, bombarded her chest mercilessly. Her pink dress, which looked like it had been repaired, was shattered again, and even the bra inside was crushed by the energy. 2 snow-white rabbits suddenly jumped out. Su Yu's eyes were calm and unwavering. Not only did the miracle in his hand not weaken, but it also became stronger. The powerful force passed through her chest and came out from her back, shattering a large piece of the clothes on her back. Luo Shinluo, who was as clean as ice and as cold as jade, appeared in front of him with no clothes to cover her body. Luo Shinluo hurriedly covered her body, feeling the severe pain of her internal organs shattering. Her eyebrows showed deep pain, and she gritted her teeth and said with hatred, My master is the Heavenly Wings Path Master. I can let bygones be bygones for you to humiliate me like this, but if you take another step forward, I will not spare you. Su Yu's eyes were calm as he walked over step by step. You are saying in your heart right now that Su Yu wants to kill me. I will calm him down first, and after reporting to my master, I will take this opportunity to get rid of him. Luo Shinluo was shocked, and her eyes fluctuated violently. You are saying in your heart right now, how does Su Yu know what I am thinking? Su Yu said lightly. Luo Shinluo was shocked. You can hear what I am thinking? In her eyes, Su Yu suddenly became mysterious, and a touch of panic appeared in her eyes. Chapter 2063. Su Yu said lightly, So what if I heard? Are you surprised? As he spoke, he transformed into the half-dragon body and shot forward like a shadow. Luo Shin's face changed drastically. She gathered the power of desolation to cover her body as she fled. She crushed a jade talisman in her palm and immediately fled hundreds of thousands of miles into the city. There were many people in the city, so Su Yu would probably hold back. However, 100 feet in front of her, yin and yang energies suddenly appeared, and a silver-haired figure appeared. Before Luo Shin could react, a dragon tail swept over like a shadow. The power of desolation on the surface of her body was shattered, revealing her seductive body again. At the same time, she suffered a huge force and was swept away by the tail, smashing a large piece of the city wall. She spat out a mouthful of blood, turned around, and fled into the city without looking at Suyu. In her heart, she felt a trace of fear for Suyu, but it was more of a deep-rooted hatred. The huge commotion here attracted many people in the city to watch. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw the famous iceberg beauty, Luoshin, being chased by a half-dragon powerhouse naked. What happened? Luoshin. There is such a daring person in the Ecliptic Palace who dares to publicly molest Luoshin. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the half-dragon suddenly took out the Azura sword and slashed. Luoshin hurriedly used the ancient sword to resist, but the difference in power between the two sides was more than a level. Luoshin was slammed from the sky to the ground, creating a huge, deep pit. Luoshin lay naked in it, vomiting blood. Suyu. The power of desolation on the surface of Luoshin's body was shattered again, and all the martial artists in the city stared at the beautiful scenery that they had never dreamed of in their entire lives. She hated Suyu to the core. Suyu responded to her with a ruthless sword. The terrible sword energy fell, and Luoshin blocked it with her right arm. With a swish, her arm was cut off, and blood splattered everywhere. **T. Is this how he kills a beauty? How could he do it? In their eyes, Luoshin was a peerless goddess, but in Suyu's eyes she was just a mad dog. How could he have compassion for her? When Suyu slashed at her with his sword once again, Luoshin clenched her teeth and threw out the talisman that she had asked for and activated it on the spot. However, before the talisman could be activated, a strand of a spatial blade silently appeared, and it chopped off his remaining left hand. Having lost both of her arms, Luoshin's face was filled with anger and pain. Looking at Suyu, who was approaching her, and staring at his eyes, Luoshin finally felt fear from the bottom of her heart. He wanted to kill him. I admit my mistake. I'm sorry. Is that okay? Luoshin finally lowered his head. As Suyu had said, it was useless to reason with a mad dog. A mad dog would only revere a fist. If you want to say something, then say it to the people who were killed by you. When dealing with enemies, Suyu would not make a move, but since he had made a move, he would eliminate them completely. With Luoshin's treachery, begging for mercy was only temporary. It was easy to predict how she would take revenge after she was saved. Such a woman cannot be allowed to live. He pulled the talisman over and activated it on the spot. Instantly, the air began to tremble. An extreme brilliance suddenly descended, illuminating the entire city in a dazzling manner. Everything in the sky melted in the dazzling white light, including Luoshin. His body melted right away, leaving behind a terrified soul that fled into the distance. However, before she could escape, Suyu teleported over and pressed her back to the ground with one palm. Luoshin's soul trembled, and she felt remorse from the bottom of her heart. It seemed that she had acted too aggressively and provoked a madman. Normal people would not dare to touch a hair on her head for the sake of the Heavenly Wings Master. Only a madman would not care about her identity. You can't kill me, Luoshin said in fear, staring at her terrified face. Suyu's eyes showed a trace of contempt. Your calmness is only because of your backer, the Heavenly Wings Master, isn't it? The real you is just a timid, cowardly woman who is afraid of death. Suyu's eyes were sharp, and he saw through her. Under her indifferent appearance, Luoshin was actually very fragile. I am not only the disciple of the Heavenly Wings Master, but also... Luoshin wanted to tell him her identity. However, Suyu just shook his head gently and said, Your identity is not important at all. When he finished speaking, he condensed the power of desolation in his palm and slammed it toward her head. At that moment, Suyu's palm landed 3 inches away from Luoshin's head and could no longer move down. Somehow, a mysterious force held up his palm. I have to correct you. Her identity is very important, very important. The sky above the Ecliptic Palace changed color. It was originally a clear sky, but in the blink of an eye, It became dark and dense with countless black clouds. In the darkness, a middle-aged man with a pair of snow-white wings came from the sky with his hands behind his back. The Heavenly Wings Master, the supreme martial artist, has manifested. The crowd was boiling, and they all prostrated themselves in worship, as if they were deities. Master, Luo Shen was surprised and delighted, as if she had been granted amnesty. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she prepared to escape back to her master's side. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent. I don't need outsiders to correct my words. Devouring eyes. A crack split open between his eyebrows, and the soul-sucking power, which was far stronger than before, instantly swallowed Luo Shen. How dare you? The Heavenly Wings Master shouted. His words were filled with a great, magnificent power. It penetrated through and instantly froze the crack between Su Yu's eyebrows, making it impossible to close. At the same time, Su Yu's body was also imprisoned by an invisible force, and he could not move. The Heavenly Wings Master stepped forward with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Let her out." Su Yu did not say a word when he heard that. "Forget it. I'll do it myself," the Heavenly Wings Master said calmly. He pointed his finger at the crack between Su Yu's eyebrows. His words and actions were filled with overbearingness that could not be disobeyed. Su Yu snorted in his heart, and a long knife invisible to the naked eye appeared in his palm. A ray of knife light flashed, and the force that bound Su Yu and prevented him from moving suddenly dissipated. The crack between his eyebrows was closed leisurely. The Heavenly Wings Master's finger paused, and a hint of surprise flashed in his indifferent eyes. The way of destiny? Could it be that, in addition to space, you are also proficient in the way of destiny? For a person to comprehend one of the 8 profound meanings was already an unimaginably nature-defying creation. It was unlikely that he would comprehend the way of destiny again. Close it? It doesn't matter. Just open it again, the Heavenly Master said lightly as he took a step forward. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt that his soul was being torn apart by some kind of terrifying force. A dignified Path Master had disregarded his identity and attacked a junior. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Su Yu growled. Inside the divine crystal of the soul, several golden spots of light suddenly emitted extremely dazzling brilliance. The Heavenly Wings Master, who had taken a step forward, was suddenly startled, and surprise flashed across his face again. Chapter 2064. That's right. I underestimated you. So I'm ready to get serious, the Heavenly Wings Taoist Master said calmly. He reached out his palm and clasped his fingers at Su Yu. Putong! Su Yu suddenly felt as if his soul was being pulled by something and was about to be crushed. A great life and death crisis descended. The Empyrean Wings Tao Lord really wanted to kill him. Shameless old thief. It won't be that easy to kill me. Su Yu's gaze was extremely sharp. Time freeze. The time and space rules were activated at the same time, and apart from Su Yu, the whole world was frozen. Even the Heavenly Wings, Tao Lord, froze for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu unleashed his 6 great rules at the same time, condensing them into a complete chain, which pierced towards the head of the Empyrean Wings Master. Hum! The muffled sound of metal striking metal rang out as the 6-colored chains of laws bombarded the Empyrean Winged Daelord's face, leaving behind a clear mark before whipping him away. But apart from that, there were no other injuries to speak of. There was an insurmountable chasm between a 4-crown emperor and a Tao Master. The difference in strength between the two was just too great. Time freeze ended. Empyrean Wings climbed to his feet in a daze. Because time and space had been frozen, he couldn't even figure out what had happened. The Empyrean Wings Daelord's calm face finally revealed a trace of anger when he felt the burning pain on his cheek. Little bastard! He had been prejudiced against Su Yu for a long time, but for the sake of the Tianqin Tao Master's reputation, he couldn't take it out. How dare he injure him? The feeling of being stepped on by an ant surged into his heart, causing killing intent to rise in his heart. His eyes flashed, and the will of the great path swept out in all directions. Under the will of the great path, all the chains of laws were like ordinary objects. Su Yu's life was like a candle in the wind, flickering and flickering, as if it was about to be extinguished. He frantically urged his law of life to replenish his vitality and temporarily resist. The Empyrean Wing Daylord's killing intent deepened. A Tao Lord killing a person was like harvesting grass. However, he did not manage to kill Suyu. This is the end. Junior. The Empyrean Wing's Daylord's eyes shone with a cold light. He pulled his palm out from the top of his head, pulling out thousands of chains of laws. They weaved together to form a net of chains. This was the Tao of a Tao master, the end of the laws. If he used the path, Suyu would surely die. However, the moment the heavenly Daylord's Tao appeared, a giant sword formed from countless law shadows descended from the sky, shattering the giant net of the heavenly wings Daylord's chains into thousands of pieces. The heavenly wings Tao Lord suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with anger. Heaven Destroyer, what's the meaning of your interference? The attacker was none other than the crippled Heaven Tao Lord himself. The white-haired Tian Can Tao Master walked out from the black cloud with his hands behind his back. He waved his hand, and the dark sky became clear again. Gazing indifferently at the Empyrean Wing Tao Lord, he said indifferently, "You're a Tao Lord. Don't you think it's a disgrace to kill a junior? He plotted against my disciple, and he deserves death." The Heaven Wings Tao Lord lost his indifference and spoke coldly. Heaven crippling Tao Master kept his hands in his sleeves and said indifferently, "Then shouldn't your disciple apologize for killing Yen Chen with his death? In your words, victory and defeat are common in war. Your disciple was inferior and died at the hands of her peers. This is her fate. As her master, if you take this to heart, then your future will stop here. You will have no future." The Heaven Wings Daylord's eyes darkened slightly. These familiar words came from the Heaven Wings Tao Lord himself. Her disciple killing someone else meant that victory or defeat was a common occurrence in the military. Others killing her disciple was a crime that deserved death. This double standard was very disgusting. Heaven Destroyer, do you really want to oppose me? The Heaven Wings Tao Lord said sternly. Heaven Destroyer looked at the sky and said, "Do you have the right to oppose me? Get out of my sight in 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, I don't mind erasing the Tao of Heaven Wings before I die." It sounded calm, but when one thought about it, it was extremely domineering. It was shocking, as expected of one of the oldest Tao Lords of the Ecliptic Palace. You're simply crushing a rising star like the Heaven Wings Tao Lord. How satisfying. The Heaven Wings Tao Lord has always been a sanctimonious person. It must be very uncomfortable to be told to get out, right? The Heaven Wings Tao Lord clenched his fists. He wanted to resist, but he chose to endure silently. Taking a deep look at Suyu, the Heaven Wings Tao Lord said coldly, "You will regret this." When he finished speaking, he flew away. The Heaven Wings Tao Lord nodded at Suyu and said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm still alive, the Heaven Wings Tao Lord won't dare to attack you." This was his promise. "Thank you." Suyu cupped his fists. He was not surprised that the Heaven Wings Tao Lord would come. He dared to kill Luotian in front of him. Naturally, he did not rely on courage. He believed that the Heaven Wings Tao Lord would act in time. That was why he did what he did. Otherwise, he would erase Luotian in another way. After watching the Heaven Wings Tao Lord leave, Suyu nodded at the dumbfounded Ouya Huanyun and said, "We will meet again." After getting rid of Luotian, there was no need to continue staying in the Ecliptic Palace. He wanted to return to the Dark Star civilization. After tidying up a little, Suyu, led by Sujin and Sui, went through the intercivilization transportation portal of the Ecliptic Palace for ultra-long distance transmission. According to the plan, the round trip would take 5 years. When they returned 5 years later, it would be the moment when the Rahu heavenly eye opened. They teleported continuously. After a month, they finally arrived at the periphery of the civilization near the ecliptic palace, the four-symbol civilization. As the civilization furthest from the ecliptic palace, the four-symbol civilization was as calm as ever. Today, Huyun of the ecliptic palace led the higher-ups of the palace to the transportation portal to welcome them. The master of the four symbols palace, Yun Qianxiong, accompanied them as guests. Yun Qianxiong did not understand what kind of person could attract Huyun to welcome them personally. In the past, countless higher-ups of the ecliptic palace had come. It was rare to see Huyun personally lead the higher-ups to welcome them. His actions today were really unusual. What was even more unusual was that the Four Symbols Palace had also received a notice from the main hall of the ecliptic palace. There would be emissaries of the ecliptic palace passing through the Four Symbols Palace, and the Four Symbols Palace was ordered to receive them seriously and not to neglect them. Haha, Lord Huyun, can you reveal some information? What kind of big shot is coming this time? The main hall personally passed down an order for us, a civilization of the ecliptic palace, to receive them well. This is something that rarely happens. Huyun was silent for a while. The two of them were in the same civilization, and they would meet frequently. Since the other party had asked, it was not convenient for him to hide it. He said, "The person who is coming is indeed quite famous. I don't know who he is exactly. All I know is that he is the emissary appointed by the Tianken sect master, and he is about to head to the realm of demons to carry out a mission." The emissary appointed by the veteran sect master? Yun Qianxiong was filled with deep respect. However, he still did not think much of it. It was just an emissary appointed by the sect master. There was no need to mobilize so many people. Right, he has another identity. Yun Qianxiong was curious. Oh. Chapter 2065. First place in the ecliptic sect meeting. Yun Qianxiong's pupils shrank fiercely. Could it be the disciple of Lu Xian Dao Master Yan Qin? Huyun shook his head. The details of the ecliptic assembly have not been sent over yet. I know very little. However, the possibility of the first place being Yan Qin is very high. Even in the distant half-path civilization, they had heard of smoke and dust. If there were no accidents, this ecliptic assembly would just be smoke and dust. Crash! At this moment, the inter-civilization teleportation formation shone brightly, and 3 figures appeared. The 2 on the left and right were a young man and woman. Their cultivations were extremely powerful, actually at the peak of 5-crown emperor realm. Huyun and Yun Qianxiong's expressions changed slightly. With such a high cultivation and young age, he was definitely not an ordinary person in the ecliptic palace. Could they be the messengers? But there was only one emissary. They subconsciously looked at the figure in the middle and were stunned. Suyu. Huyun was astonished. Yun Qianxiong was also suspicious. Wasn't this the sect master from the small Taiji sect that his daughter knew? After regaining their senses, the 2 of them bowed to Su Yi and Su Jin. "Greetings, my lords," Huyun and Yun Qianxiong said in unison. Plain robe and plain brocade faintly nodded, but they did not move, as if they were waiting for orders. "Sirs, you've come from afar. Why don't you come to my residence and have a seat?" Yun Qianxiong said. Su Yi shook his head secretly. He did not want to stay in the Four Symbols civilization any longer. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a magnificent, vigorous, and powerful voice piercing through the sky. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was an old man dressed in a red robe who came from the Four-Symbol Mansion in an instant. His cultivation was extremely high, and he gave off a faint sense of oppression, like a Taoist master. Other than the half-Tao patriarch of the Four-Symbol civilization, there was no one else in the Four-Symbol civilization who could be so oppressive. 2 supreme martial artist in-name disciples have come to visit. I apologize for not going out to meet you. The Yun clan's elder ancestor cupped his fists and said, Plain clothes and brocade returned the greeting. The ancestor of the Yun clan said, "Since the two of you are passing by the Four Symbols civilization, why don't you pay a visit to my humble abode? To be honest, this old man has just returned from the demon realm and knows a thing or two about the situation there. Perhaps I can help the two of you." His cultivation was rather high. Even though he was far away in the Four-Symbol Mansion, he could hear Hu Yun and Yun Qianxiong's conversation and knew that their destination was the demon realm. Su Yu was slightly moved, and after he pondered it for a moment, he said, "Fine, I'll stay." The moment he spoke, the Yun clan's old ancestor was slightly startled, but he merely swept a glance at him before focusing his attention on the plain robe and brocade. Disdain and displeasure appeared in Yun Qianxiong's eyes as he thought, "What an uneducated man! How could a small fry like Su Yu have the right to interrupt a conversation between a half-step Tao master and a supreme martial artist's honorary disciple? In addition, how did he travel with the two great envoys?" Having gotten Su Yu's approval, plain clothes and plain brocade nodded in agreement. As such, the group of people moved to the Four-Symbol Mansion. When they arrived at the entrance of the Four-Symbol Manor, Yun Qianxiong watched as Su Yu followed behind Su Yu. What was their relationship? Everyone took their seats. Elder Ancestor Yun stroked his beard and smiled. "May I ask why Mr. Yenchen is not here?" They took it for granted that the winner of the ecliptic meeting would be Yenchen, the emissary to the demon realm. Su Yi said indifferently, "The dust is still in the ecliptic palace." It was inconvenient for her to mention Yen Chen's disappearance, so that was all she could say. The Yun clan's old ancestor, Yun Qingquan, Hu Yun, and the others were astonished. Wasn't Yen Chen supposed to be the emissary to the demon realm? Why wasn't Yen Chen himself here? Everyone present was confused, secretly guessing that the two supreme martial artists' honorary disciples were the real emissaries. With that thought, they became even more courteous. Before long, the Yun clan's old ancestor brought up the topic of the demon realm. He said, "If the two of you are going to the demon realm, you'd better be careful. The demon realm is not like it was in the past. There have been many upheavals, and it is not peaceful. I went to the demon realm to search for the Pathmaster's bone. If I hadn't left in time, I would have perished there." Hearing that, Su Yu was slightly surprised. What kind of danger would it be for a half-step Tao master to almost be unable to escape? "Can you elaborate?" Su Yu asked. Hearing that, the Yun clan's old ancestor glanced at Su Yu again, wondering what kind of person this young man was. Yun Qianxiong, on the other hand, was truly angered. This brat really didn't have the slightest bit of insight. Did he even have the qualifications to interrupt the conversation between the old ancestor and the honorary disciple of a supreme being? He stood up slightly and smiled at Su Yu. "Mr. Su, I have some secrets about the demon realm that I would like to share with you. Can we go somewhere more convenient?" If there really was a secret, Su Yu naturally did not mind the trouble, so he stood up and followed him. Just as Su Yu was about to stand up and follow them, Su Yu raised his hand to stop her. Since the other party didn't want anyone else to hear them, it wasn't a problem for them to come again. When he reached the courtyard, Yun Qianxiong stopped in his tracks. He clasped his hands behind his back and turned his back to Su Yu. Without even turning his head, he calmly said, "Mr. Su, ask yourself, how has the Yun family treated you?" Just as so, Su Yu thought to himself. The first time he visited, he was seen as asking for charity. The second time Yun Qianxuang handed him a recommendation letter, Yun Zhantian regarded it as a great favor that he owed the Four-Symbol Manor. Indeed, the Four-Symbol Mansion did not treat him well. On the other hand, Su Yu handed over the Pathmaster's bone, which the Four-Symbol Manor was demanding, out of respect for Yun Qianxuang. To be exact, the Four-Symbol Manor owed Su Yu a great debt of gratitude. "We've treated you well, haven't we? We gave you a recommendation letter and gave you the chance to meet the heaven rulers of the ecliptic civilization system. Are you not satisfied?" Yun Qianxiong turned around, his expression filled with contempt. Su Yu was amused. As expected, the four-symbol manor did not think that the Pathmaster's bone was rare. They still thought that Su Yu owed them a great debt of gratitude. It was a pity that the recommendation letter had been thrown away. Otherwise, he could have returned it to Yun Qianxiong in person. Yes, and then? Su Yu calmly said. Yun Qianxiong frowned. If you have any self-awareness, shouldn't you be respectful and grateful to the four-symbol manor? What is the meaning of repeatedly interrupting the conversation between the ancestor and the Supreme Being's disciple? Su Yu's gaze was calm, and he did not explain himself. Why aren't you speaking? Do you think that my words hurt your dignity? Yun Qianxiong calmly said. Dignity is earned by yourself, not by someone else's charity. If you don't even know yourself, how can you expect others to respect you? Hearing this, Su Yu understood Yun Qianxiong's meaning. So, Manor Master Yun, what advice do you have for me? Yun Qianxiong took out a money card indifferently and threw it into Su Yu's arms. There are 100 Tao coins in it. Consider it a reward for you. Use it to seal your mouth. Don't open your mouth at an inappropriate time. Su Yu looked at the money card and expressionlessly threw it back. He sighed and said, You have such an attitude even though I visited you twice. I won't bother coming to the four-symbol manor in the future. After saying this, he no longer cared about the affairs of the demon realm. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. Yun Qianxiong grabbed the money card and shook his head. He said, Put away your pitiful pride. It will only make people laugh at you. He seemed to be looking at a junior whose pride had been hurt. He was using a stubborn method to maintain his pitiful pride. Chapter 2066. Putting away the money card, Yun Qianxiong returned to the guest hall and listened enthusiastically to the conversation between the ancestor and the two Supreme Being disciples. Yun Qianxiong learned a lot from their conversation. The Yun ancestor and Huyin were completely absorbed in their conversation, completely forgetting Su Yu's existence. Su Yu was no longer important. He was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Even if he did not return, he did not attract any attention. After talking for a while, Su Yi and Su Jin gradually frowned and looked at each other. Why had Su Yu not returned after so long? Su Yi looked at Yun Qianxiong and said, Manor Master Yun, is it convenient for you now? Hearing that the Supreme Being disciples wanted to talk to him, Yun Qianxiong straightened his back, feeling nervous. He sat up straight and said, Yes, please let me know if you need anything. Su Yu went out with you. Why hasn't he returned yet? Can you look for him? She was actually asking about him. Yun Qianxiong thought it was something important and said, Him? He has already left. Left? Su Yi and Su Jin were both surprised and immediately released their souls to scan the area. Indeed, there was no trace of Su Yu in the mansion. Yun Qianxiong said in a low voice, Yes, he has repeatedly interrupted the conversation between the two of you. I asked him to be quiet for a while, and he wisely left on his own. Su Yi and Su Jin's expressions changed as they hurried outside. The Yun ancestor had long felt that Su Yu's relationship with the two Supreme Being disciples was not ordinary. Seeing their expressions change, his heart skipped a beat and he knew that something was wrong. Both of you, please take a seat. I will let the people in the mansion go. How can I trouble you? The Yun ancestor stopped them with a smile. Get out of the way. Unexpectedly, Su Yi and Su Jin's faces were livid as they shouted angrily. Two pairs of eyes were filled with deep anger. The Yun ancestor felt that something was wrong. They had been talking to Su Yu in a friendly manner just now, but they had turned against him in the blink of an eye. There must be a reason. That Su Yu, who is he? The Yun ancestor asked. Yun Qianxiong also sensed that something was wrong. He said, suspiciously, Both of you need not be so nervous. He is just a nobody, and he is not worthy of your attention. I will let the people in the mansion look for him. Shut up! the Yun ancestor scolded. He glared angrily at Yun Qianxiong. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that something was wrong. Why was his eldest son still acting like an idiot? Sure enough, Su Jin walked over with a cold face and pulled Yun Qianxiong down from his chair. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, small fry. The first place of the ecliptic assembly is a nobody, so what are you? What? The ancestor of the Yun clan and Hu Yun were both shocked. Shouldn't the first place of the ecliptic assembly be Yan Chen of the North region? What is going on with Su Yu? Hu Yun was also shocked, even though he had expected it and knew that Su Yu's ranking in the ecliptic meeting would not be low. However, Hu Yun had never thought that he would be first. The old ancestor of the Yun clan was even more astonished. That silver-haired youth was the champion of the ecliptic meeting, and he was also the demon realm emissary that was personally appointed by the heaven-crippling Tao Master. It was no wonder that they did not discover the demon realm envoy mentioned in the notice. It turned out that Su Yu was the one. Yun Qianxiong froze on the spot and stammered. Su is the demon realm messenger? He's just a sect leader of a small sect. How could he? Before he could finish, he was slapped by the ancestor of the Yun clan. The ancestor said furiously, "Shut your dog's mouth!" Even at this time, he was still spouting nonsense. The slap caused Yun Qianxiong to be completely sober. A great panic rose in his heart. It was like a mortal stepping on ice and suddenly falling into a hole in the ice, sinking continuously. Su Yi's pretty face was cold. The two of us were ordered by our master to protect Mr. Su along the way. I never thought that you would have the guts to chase him away. Su Jin was also furious. A half-path civilization that is ranked 100 dares to openly oppose a supremacy. Humph, we will report this matter to our master and let him decide. Leaving him behind, the two of them left the four-symbol mansion in a flash, anxiously searching the entire city. Apart from Hu Yin, who immediately gave chase, everyone in the four-symbol mansion felt a chill run down their spines. The ancestor of the Yun clan was even more furious. They were about to fall out of the top 100 civilizations. What was the outcome of offending a supremacy? A single sentence could cause the four-symbol civilization to fall completely. Yun Qianxiong's mouth was dry, and he said in a daze, "I didn't do it on purpose." Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the junior he did not even bother to look at would be the champion of the ecliptic assembly, and the demon realm emissary at that. Slap. Another resounding slap, causing Yun Qianxiong's ears to ring. "You evil creature!" The ancestor of the Yun clan was furious. "How could I allow a fool like you to be the mansion master? From now on, you are relieved of all your duties." His position as the mansion master was abolished. Yun Qianxiong was absent-minded. His position as the mansion master was abolished. This was the first time in the history of the four-symbol mansion, wasn't it? From now on, how could he have the face to stay in the four-symbol civilization? While he was absent-minded, his waist was kicked hard, causing him to roll on the ground continuously. His face was covered in dirt. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you looking for him? The ancestor of the Yun clan was almost roaring. Only then did Yun Qianxiong get up hurriedly. He mobilized the power of the four-symbol mansion and immediately headed to the civilization to search. Su Yu arrived at the inter-civilization transportation portal, silently waiting for Su Yi, Su Jin, and the others to finish their conversation. Suddenly, the inter-civilization transportation portal flashed, and a group of people appeared from within. "Ha! Brother Yin was awe-inspiring in today's hunt, slaying 8 powerful giant beasts alone. I'm really an outstanding talent. Isn't that obvious? Brother Yun is the number one of the younger generation in the four-symbol civilization, and he has even seen the ecliptic meet. This is an experience that ordinary people like us can never have in our lifetime." Hearing their conversation, Su Yu could not help but look at them in surprise. As expected, he saw Yun Zhantian among them. He was in high spirits, listening to the flattery of the few people. It was as if he had completely forgotten the huge blow he had suffered at the ecliptic meet. "Ha ha! You flatter me, you flatter me. Today I'm holding a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Inn, and I'm inviting—" As Yun Zhantian spoke, he suddenly glanced at Su Yu, who was standing outside the transportation portal, and thought he had seen wrongly. When he took a closer look, it turned out to be Su Yu. Hence, he froze there and did not finish his sentence. The few young men beside him, who were fawning over him, laughed. "What banquet? We're looking forward to seeing Mr. Yin. How dare you come back?" Yun Zhantian roared, interrupting the speaker. Yun Zhantian's face was full of resentment. The humiliation of being taught a lesson by Su Yu on the spot surfaced in his mind. After he had returned, he had immersed himself in hunting all day, trying his best to forget that unhappiness. He had thought he had forgotten, until Su Yu appeared in front of him again. Su Yu's eyes were calm. "So what if I'm back?" "So what?" Yun Zhantian's face was filled with hostility. "It's fine if you were at the ecliptic meet. I can't do anything to you. But you should have returned to the four-symbol civilization." Yun Zhantian might not be a match for Su Yu if he were alone. Chapter 2067. Members of the Four-Symbol Mansion, heed my command. Yun Zhantian took out the token unique to the Four-Symbol Mansion and released a wave that covered a wide area. The experts of the Four-Symbol Mansion in the vicinity felt the disturbance and rushed over immediately. Unfortunately, Yun Zhantian's second uncle, Yun Jinghong, was also nearby. Sensing the disturbance, he quickly rushed over. "Zhantian, what's the urgent message for?" Yun Jinghong scanned his surroundings suspiciously, but didn't find anything urgent. Yun Zhantian stared at Su Yu and said, "You have insulted the four-symbol civilization. Naturally, you have to use the emergency transmission." "Oh." Yun Jinghong's expression turned slightly cold. "How dare you insult the four-symbol civilization in front of the four-symbol mansion?" It wouldn't be a big deal if they talked behind his back, but it was a provocation to his face. "Who?" "Uncle, that's him." Yun Zhantian pointed at Su Yu. Yun Jinghong's gaze followed the direction of his hand and calmly said, "Report to the absolute ice prison of the four symbols civilization yourself. Don't make me rush you." His tone was filled with the dignity of a person in a high position. Yun Zhantian added, "In the absolute ice dungeon, the minimum imprisonment period is 100 years. Even if your cultivation has reached the level of a 5-crown martial emperor, you still won't be able to escape." He looked Su Yu up and down, then clasped his hands behind his back and said, "It's not too late to kneel and beg me now." Su Yu was silent for a moment before he said, "It seems like all of you think that I will definitely allow myself to be captured. Do you have any other choice?" Yun Zhantian shook his head. He did not understand where Su Yu's confidence came from. "Let me introduce to you," he said. "This person in front of you is my second uncle, the 5-crown divine warrior. I admit that your strength is higher than mine, but in front of a 5-crown emperor, you are nothing more than an ant." However, before he could finish speaking, Su Yu suddenly attacked. An Azura sword appeared in his palm, slashing at Yun Jinghong. When this sword appeared, Yun Jinghong was slightly stunned. He found it slightly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Yun Jinghong's expression changed drastically when the mysterious sword technique was performed. An unforgettable memory surfaced in his mind. A young man named Yu Xian, with his initial stage for Crown Emperor stage cultivation, relied on his exquisite and extraordinary sword techniques to put him at a disadvantage. You're the Rain Immortal." Yun Jinghong's expression changed drastically, but he didn't show any fear. At that time he was careless, so he suffered a loss. However, things were different now. It wouldn't be so easy to injure him again. Hee. Good. I've long wanted to meet you again." Yun Jinghong didn't retreat, but advanced instead. "Heavenly turbo technique." When the two attacks collided, Yun Jinghong's confident face instantly stiffened. His face was gradually overwhelmed by shock as he was sent flying by the shock waves from the collision. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Suyu, on the other hand, stood in his original position with his hands clasped behind his back. No matter how the shock wave struck him, he remained motionless. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. Suyu was slightly superior. When it used its full strength, it could face off against an early-stage 5-crown emperor. The 5-crown divine warrior that you speak of does not seem to be much stronger than an ant like me. Su, you looked at Yun Jiantian indifferently. This one glance scared Yun Jiantian so much that his soul almost left his body. He crushed his space talisman and fled on the spot. Su, you did not even have the intention to chase after her. He kept his azure sword and stood with his arms crossed, waiting for her to appear. Yun Jiantian teleported to a safe place in an instant and immediately sent a message to his father, Yun Qianxiong. Father, quickly go to the number 9 Inter-Civilization Transportation Formation. Suyu is back. Yun Qianxiong's face lit up when he received the message. He immediately led his people to the number 9 Inter-Civilization Transportation Formation. When they arrived, they saw Yun Jinghong leading the strong fighters of the 4-symbol mansion confronting Suyu. Suyu was safe and sound, but Yun Jinghong's mouth was full of divine blood. He looked like he had sustained serious injuries. Yun Qianxiong could not believe that it was Suyu who had injured Yun Jinghong. But, thinking of his identity as the champion of the ecliptic meat, everything made sense. His eyes couldn't help but be filled with deep shock. He had cultivated for less than 100 years, but his overall abilities were above the early-stage 5-crown emperor. It would be difficult for such a person not to achieve great things in the future. Big brother, you came at the right time. We need to capture this person called Suyu. Yun Jinghong said. Yun Qianxiong's eyelids drooped when he heard this. He hurriedly laughed and said, Mr. Su, so you are here. You really made us look for you. Suyu looked at him indifferently and did not say a word. Then he looked at Su Yi and Su Jin and said indifferently, Are you done talking? Su Yi and Su Jin's expressions were slightly unnatural. They were supposed to follow orders to protect Su Yu, but in the end they had abandoned Su Yu to discuss with someone else for a long time. They did not even notice that Su Yu had disappeared. Now Su Yu was waiting for them. Su Yi said, It's good that you are all right. Su Yu was expressionless. Since you are done talking, let's go. As he spoke, he stepped onto the transportation formation with one foot, not even looking at Yun Qianxiong. Su Yi and Su Jin followed him guiltily, secretly blaming themselves and worrying. If Su Yi reported them to the Tian Can sect master, they would not be able to get away scot-free. At that moment, Yun Jiantian, who had confirmed that he was safe, returned. He suddenly realized that Su Yi was about to leave, but his father and uncle were not doing anything. He could not help but feel anxious. Without thinking, he slashed at the transportation formation with his sword. The inter-civilization transportation formation that was about to start suddenly dissipated and stopped operating. Yun Qianxiong, who was already nervous, was almost scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. Tianer, stop! It was obvious that this shout was too late. The transportation formation vanished, and Su Yi and Su Jin fell out of it. Both of them were furious, and their hearts were burning with rage. Are you 4 symbols, civilizations trying to rebel? Su Jin was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. All of them wanted to attack the emissaries appointed by the Tian Can sect master. Yun Jiantian did not know the depth of the situation, nor did he know who Su Yi and Su Jin were. He only thought that they were Su Yu's friends. The two of you, scram as far as you can. Unless you want to accompany Su Yu and stay in the 4 symbols civilization forever. Yun Jiantian snorted coldly. For safety reasons, he stood beside his father and said, Father, I don't think those 2 people are good people. Why don't we slap? However, What answered him was an angry slap from Yun Qianxiong. You are the one who is not good. He wanted to strangle his son to death. Didn't he see that the nominal disciple of the supreme martial artist was already on the verge of losing his temper? And he still said such words. Did he think that the four-symbol civilization had already been labeled as a rebel? After being slapped, Yun Zhantian's eyes were blank. Father, why did you hit me? You should have hit Suyu, that little bastard. Slap, slap, slap. The 3 consecutive slaps sent Yun Zhantian spinning like a top. His mind was in a state of confusion. Little B** starred, I will cripple you. Yun Qianxiong's eyes looked as if he wanted to devour someone. Yun Zhantian was finally frightened, and he shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. No matter how stupid he was, he should have known that something must have happened for his father to have such a strange attitude. But what had happened? Chapter 2068. Yun Qianxiong stopped his son from causing trouble, then cupped his fists at Su Yu and the other 2. My son is ignorant and offended you. I apologize on behalf of the 4-symbol mansion. Su Yi shook her head solemnly. Don't come over. We understand the 4-symbol mansion's attitude. Wait for the Yellow Division Palace's punishment. She raised her hand, throwing out a giant meteorite. At the same time, Su Jin's eyes were filled with caution, her body surging with desolation energy. She was prepared to attack at any time to guard against the 4-symbol civilization. Yun Qianxiong's mind was in a mess. The supreme disciple had already judged them as traitors of the Yellow Division Palace. Listen to my explanation. It's all a misunderstanding. Yun Qianxiong really wanted to slap himself. He had chased Su Yu away first. His brothers had attacked Su Yu, and his son had interrupted their transportation. If it were him, he would also suspect the 4-symbol mansion was up to no good. Seeing that they were about to leave and the 4-symbol mansion was about to accuse them, a loud voice was heard. Please wait. The Yun ancestor rushed over, his face flustered. It looked like he had already sensed the commotion. Because of this, he had lost his sense of propriety and was in a mess. If this was not handled properly, the 4-symbol mansion would be destroyed. To the Yellow Division Palace, what was a mere 4-symbol mansion? After destruction, there would be new civilizations willing to replace the 4-symbol mansion. Even you want to attack. Su Jin's eyes darkened. The Yun ancestor opened his mouth to explain, but seeing how guarded they were, he knew that any explanation would be futile. Determination flashed in his eyes as he stared at Yun Zhantian. Then he slapped the air. At once, Yun Zhantian clutched his abdomen and howled in pain. His body was like a deflated balloon, the desolation energy in his body leaking out continuously until there was not a trace left. His cultivation had been destroyed. Yun Zhantian will be demoted to a mortal, no longer related to the 4-symbol mansion. Yun Qianxiong's heart ached. He was about to help him up when he heard the Yun ancestor say, Yun Qianxiong will be expelled from the 4-symbol mansion and the Yun clan. Execute immediately. Who would dare defy the Yun ancestor? Immediately, a large group of people from the 4-symbol mansion rushed over and dragged the unconscious Yun Zhantian away. They also dragged the pale-faced Yun Qianxiong toward the intercivilization teleportation formation and drove him away. After he was done, the Yun ancestor said to Su Yu and the other 2, My teachings were not in vain, and I am also responsible for the current disaster. But I swear on my Tao heart that I have absolutely no intention of rebelling. Please investigate clearly. Su Yu looked at Su Yu, asking him to make a decision. Su Yu took a look at the Yun ancestor. He naturally knew that the 4-symbol mansion had no intention of rebelling. It was just that Yun Qianxiong and his son were arrogant and looked down on others, causing a series of misunderstandings. It was already enough for the Yun clan's ancestor to place righteousness before family. I know. Su Yu calmly nodded his head. He paused for a moment as he recalled how Yun Qianxiong valued boys over girls and treated Yun Qianchuang unfairly. He then said, "Among your descendants, there is one called Yun Qianchuang. She is a decent person, far better than Yun Zhantian. I have high hopes for her." Hearing that, the ancestor of the Yun clan heaved a sigh of relief. They had passed this hurdle. At the same time, he was surprised. "Young master, Su knows my great-granddaughter. I was the one who gave her the Pathmaster's bone that you obtained." Su Yu chuckled. This was the last time he would help Yun Qianchuang. Unexpectedly, the Yun clan's elder ancestor exclaimed in shock. "I was wondering how a mediocre person like Yun Qianxiong managed to obtain the Tao Master's bone. So it was a gift from Mr. Su. Just consider it a small friendship between me and Yun Qianchuang," Su Yu said. "Well then, until we meet again." He jumped onto the meteorite and was about to set off. However, the Yun clan's ancestor seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Young master, Su, please wait." "What is it?" The ancestor of the Yun clan hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, the reason why I was almost unable to escape from the demon realm was because I touched an item in the demon realm. That was why I was being chased. That item is useless to me, but it is a treasure to the demon realm. I originally planned to hand it over to the Ecliptic Palace Hall, but since young Master Su is the emissary of the Ecliptic Palace Hall, giving it to you is the same." He was repaying the kindness of Su Yu's Pathmaster, the treasure of the demon realm? Su Yu was slightly curious. Without waiting for Su Yu to ask, the Yun clan's ancestor took out a dark red hammer that was carved with strange patterns. "It was this item that I unintentionally saved a half-path master great demon who was covered in blood. Before he died, he entrusted it to me. Because of this item, I was being chased." The Yun clan's ancestor carefully looked at Su Yi and Su Jin. He had kept this matter a secret from Su Yi and Su Jin. In fact, he had wanted to keep the hammer for himself. Now that he was grateful for Su Yu's kindness, he took it out. Oh, Su Yu took it and sensed it for a moment. He did not find anything special about it. He had come into contact with many demons and had seen many treasures of the demon race. He could not see anything special about this hammer. Before the great demon died, he said that this seemed to be a hammer passed down from the royal family of the demon race. It was very important. Su Yu was even more surprised. After scrutinizing it for a long time, he realized that something was amiss. He was shocked to find that his soul energy could not penetrate the red hammer. Even his transparent eye could not. It is indeed unusual. Su Yu was secretly surprised. "I will give this hammer to you, Mr. Su. I hope it will be of help to you in your trip to the demon realm." Su Yu thought for a moment, then took out a Bodhi fruit. He said, "I don't deserve it. Keep this, it might be useful to you." The Yun clan's ancestor was overjoyed. This was the legendary Bodhi fruit that could help him break through bottlenecks. As a half-path master, although the Bodhi fruit did not have the nature-defying effect of breaking through to the Pathmaster level immediately, it could increase the probability of success. For the Yun Shi ancestor who longed for a breakthrough, the Bodhi fruit was more precious than anything else. After the exchange, Su Yu held the red hammer in his hand, cupped his fist slightly, and used the remaining inter-civilization transportation portal to leave. In the Yellow Path Palace, at the Fairy Cloud Summit, the Heavenly Wings Master had 6 pairs of snow-white wings on his back. His eyes were brilliant purple. In the purple light, a figure was reflected. The figure was none other than Ziyi, one of the many strong men of the Sinful Lady Palace who had descended upon the Sea of Constellations years ago. Because she had gone to various great civilizations to look for Su Yu, she had managed to avoid being killed by Su Yu. Ziyi, Su Yu's whereabouts have been found. His next stop is the demon realm. The purple figure nodded slightly and said respectfully, "The Sinful Lady will never forget the help that the Heavenly Wings Master has given to the Sinful Lady Palace." Somewhere far away, In a strange nothingness, countless civilizations adorned it, forming a magnificent picture as magnificent as the Milky Way. With the center as the focal point, the Milky Way kept rotating like a whirlpool. At this moment, ZE was holding a golden rope and throwing it into the depths of the whirlpool. A roar full of shocking evil energy came from the depths of the whirlpool. After waiting for decades, someone has finally come. Chapter 2069. Soon, he crawled out of the Milky Way. Shaking off the dust on his body, the purple-clothed youth laughed. Those two girls are really something. They tricked me into the void, quicksand. ZE said with a straight face. The sinful lady did not let you out to find a woman. The purple-clothed youth was the purple-haired Suyu. Back then, he had been tricked into the void quicksand by Yun Qinshuang and her niece. Oh, you want to teach me a lesson? The purple-haired Suyu looked at Ziyi's graceful figure. Why don't you come to my bed and teach me a lesson? Hee. Ziyi said with disgust. Sure, as long as you don't mind, I am a man. Many of the women in the sinful lady palace had changed their genders after swallowing pills. Only then did the purple-haired Suyu retract his greed. What a bummer. Tell me, why did you find me? Of course it's business. Your old enemy, Suyu, has shown himself. Where? The purple-haired Suyu changed his demeanor. His eyes were cold, and his whole body exuded a threatening aura. Ziyi suddenly felt great pressure. She had no choice but to use her power to protect her body. She was shocked. The purple-haired Suyu's aura was almost at the peak of the 5 crown martial emperors. It was hard to imagine that he only shared a 10,000th of the sinful Lady Palace Master's cultivation. A few months ago, he appeared in the Yellow Palace. His whereabouts are unknown, but his destination is clear. Where? The Demon Realm. The purple-haired Suyu's eyes shot out flames, burning all the meteorites into dust. He is just a soul of Suyu. I have Suyu's body. I am the real one, the purple-haired Suyu said arrogantly. Stepping on the ground, the void shook and the Milky Way rolled. Ziyi only saw a rolling Milky Way, and the figure of the purple-haired Suyu disappeared without a trace. She heaved a sigh of relief. What a terrifying cultivation. Not only his cultivation, but his body is also hiding something terrifying. A few years later, the Dark Star Civilization, the grassland around the former sacred mountain of civilization, the former Rising Sun tribe, had developed into the grassland's #1 tribe under the leadership of Mingguang. Go! A group of savage beasts galloped at the end of the plains. On the head of the savage beast, there was an adorable young lady dressed in fiery red clothes. She was Mingguang's granddaughter, Mingdai. Hee, let's hurry back to the Rising Sun tribe before tonight. The girl ran on the grassland, feeling very happy. Suddenly, from the corner of her eyes, she saw a tiny human walking alone at the end of the world. She had long silver hair, simple clothes, and a crystal crown. Suyu. Mingdai rubbed her eyes in disbelief. When he opened his eyes again, that figure had already vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Mingdai was startled for a long time. She shook her head. It must be an illusion. Suyu has already gone to a higher-level civilization. Why would he come back? Unbeknownst to them, at the peak of the holy mountain, the sealed space was penetrated by some kind of powerful space law, and a silver-haired figure floated down. In the past, the holy mountain carried a great deal of pressure, so you couldn't even climb the holy mountain. But now he was able to stand at the peak of the sacred mountain with such ease. I wonder how the small Kylan is doing. Suyu muttered to himself, while he swept the surroundings with his soul. He immediately discovered the small Kylan's existence. With a thought, he teleported over. The small Kylan was at the bottom of the valley of the holy mountain, in front of a huge block of ice. It was constantly using its ability to travel through nothingness to drill in and out. Do you need my help? The small Kylan was looking at its buttocks, using its claws to break the ice bit by bit. Upon hearing the voice, it waved its claws without hesitation. If even I can't handle it, what can you saint servants do? Go away. But I'm very powerful. Maybe I can help you, Holy King? The small Kylan turned its head in dissatisfaction. If you talk any more, I'll punish you to clean the toilet. So you. The small Kylan's eyes widened, and its purple eyes clearly reflected Su Yu's figure. Are you surprised? Su Yu smiled lightly. The small Kylan bared its teeth, using its body to block the huge block of ice behind it. It forced a smile and said, Surprise, of course I'm surprised, haha. Su Yu looked at the ice behind it with a faint smile and said, Why do I look like you're surprised? How could that be? What is our relationship? The small Kylan patted its chest. Su Yu agreed. Yes, so I'll help you take this good thing that you can't handle. Without giving the small Kylan a chance to resist, Su Yu placed his palm on the block of ice. Tiny space blades, as small as dust particles, melded into the ice. With a crashing sound, the ice shattered from the inside out, revealing the object wrapped in the ice. It was a jet-black metal wheel, exuding an extraordinary and mysterious aura. Su Yu was slightly stunned and said in surprise, A doctrine artifact fairy embryo? The object in front of him was definitely a doctrine artifact fairy embryo. Roar! All of a sudden, the small Kylan opened its mouth and was about to swallow it. Su Yu quickly took out the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's fruit and stuffed it in its mouth. The fruit was like a bottomless pit that could absorb all kinds of energy, including the small Kylan's swallowing power. If it were any other treasure, it would have been swallowed into the world of nothingness in its stomach. However, it could not do anything about the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's fruit, and its mouth was stuffed by the fruit. It could not swallow it, nor could it spit it out. After so many years, your ability to snatch things has improved. Su Yu smiled. The little Chilant's mouth mumbled indistinctly, That's my... Su Yu smiled and placed his palm on the wheel. A strange message flowed into his mind. The world grinding wheel. A doctrine artifact. Fairy embryo. Its function was to accelerate time? Su Yu was slightly surprised. Apart from his control of the law of time, which allowed him to accelerate time, there was actually a doctrine artifact, fairy embryo, with a similar function. The acceleration of time is 100 times. Su Yu was slightly disappointed. Compared to the state where he could accelerate time by 500 times, a mere 100 times was not enough. This object must have been the doctrine artifact, fairy embryo, that Fu Bingyu had used in the past. Its function was to cultivate 100 times faster than outside. It's not very useful. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Su Yu gave a simple evaluation, casually taking back the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's fruit. The small Kylan's face darkened. Why don't I feel happy at all? How could it be happy after being evaluated as trash by Su Yu? Bitterly swallowing the world grinding wheel into its stomach, the small Kylan looked at Su Yu and muttered, This bad guy's strength has increased explosively again. I thought I could crush it to the ground and make it call me Grand Aunt. Su Yu looked at it with a faint smile. What did you say? Can you speak a little louder? The small Kylan immediately changed its muttering and said with a smile, I'm saying that Master's magical powers are unparalleled and invincible. It was flattering Su Yu insincerely. Little did it know that within the range of the ecliptic palace, Su Yu was indeed invincible among his peers. After sleeping for so many years, how has your strength improved? Su Yu asked. The small Kylan laughed slyly, opening its mouth to spit out densely packed water droplets that were the size of raindrops. It sprayed forward, covering an extremely wide area. If anyone was in front of it and was unguarded, they would be hit by the nothingness water droplets. At the very least, they would be turned into a sieve by the nothingness water droplets. What isn't it amazing? The small Kylan boasted. Su Yu praised it deeply. Not bad, it's quite amazing. I'll have an extra chicken leg for dinner tonight. The small Kylan's face darkened. I feel deeply insulted. The small Kylan briefly dealt with the matters of the Holy Mountain, jumped onto Su Yu's shoulder, and went to the 10 main areas of the civilization. The 10 great forces of the past had long been annihilated, and only the tripod was left to unify the entire civilization. Su Yu quietly came to the cave where the tree goddess was and quietly put down hundreds of space storage devices. Among them, there were acquired crystals that could be used to produce divine warriors of heaven and earth, rootless purple royal wood that could be used to break through to the half-step divine warrior, and even the Bodhi fruit that had been planted in the last 5 years, as well as various other resources that had been collected. These resources should be enough for them to make great progress once again. Don't you want to stay and meet him? The small Kylan said meaningfully. Su Yu shook his head gently. It's better not to meet him. After saying that, he left silently. Outside the Dark Star civilization, Su Yu waited there in plain clothes. The group of people began to return. When passing by the Tai Chi faction, Su Yu thought for a while and stopped for a while. In the battle with the human demon, he escaped with injuries and had never appeared again. No one knew where he was now. If he returned, the Tai Chi faction would be in danger. Fortunately, the Tai Chi faction was temporarily safe. He glanced at Tai Chi City and found that the Tai Chi faction that he had founded was still as popular as before. The only difference was that the shopkeeper was no longer Huangfu Liang but Fairy Inu. Looking around, Su Yu found Huangfu Liang in the Tai Chi faction. 20 to 30 years had passed, but Huangfu Liang's appearance had not changed much. However, his cultivation had broken through from the Double Crown Divine Warrior to the later stage of the Double Crown Divine Warrior. His progress could not be said to be slow. Now he was the yin-yang elder of the Tai Chi faction and had become a part of the faction. At this moment he was in his own house, chatting with Mo Xiaochai. Mo Xiaochai's belly was slightly bulging. She was obviously pregnant. Su Yu was surprised and appeared alone. He appeared without a sound, so Mo Xiaochai's sharp senses did not detect him until she saw a shadow from the corner of her eyes. She said in surprise, "Who is it?" When she saw who it was, she said in surprise, "Su Yu." Huangfu Liang was overjoyed. He went forward to hug him and said excitedly, "I didn't expect to see you again." Su Yu smiled. "Congratulations. Both of you have children now." Mo Xiaochai's face showed a rare shyness, and she rolled her eyes at Huangfu Liang. The two of them exchanged glances, full of affection. Su Yu was amused. Back then, a freak combination of factors had led to today's marriage. After thinking for a while, Su Yu took out 2 Bodhi fruits, one for each of them. He said, "These are for you." Huangfu Liang did not recognize them, but Mo Xiaochai recognized them instantly. She cried out in surprise, "Bodhi fruit! You got the Bodhi fruit?" Su Yu nodded slightly and took out a list. After opening it, he pointed at the name that was ranked 700th. It was the Tai Chi faction, Chapter 2070. As for Mo Xiaochai, she stared at Su Yu suspiciously and said, "Could it be that you obtained a ranking in the Ecliptic Path meeting?" Huangfu Liang's eyes lit up abruptly, and he said with disbelief, "Brother Su, what ranking did you obtain in the Ecliptic meeting? You were actually able to bring our Taiji sects ranking from 70,000 to 700? I barely managed to get on the list." "It's not worth mentioning," Su Yu said. After that, Su Yu briefly chatted with them about his many years of experience. Huangfu Liang was amazed. "Brother Su's experience in the past 20 years is more than what I've experienced in my entire life." And Mo Xiaochai was also surprised. Su Yu's scripture was soul-stirring, and even an outsider like her couldn't help but be startled when she heard it. Su Yu also learned about the recent development of the Tai Chi faction from them. Because of the Cauldron's addition, it had brought with it a large amount of cheap resources, which led to the rapid development of the martial path of the Tai Chi faction. He believed that 100 years later, there would definitely be a few capable experts among the younger generation. After chatting for a while, Suyu cupped his fists at the two of them. It's getting late. I still have to rush back to the Ecliptic Palace. Huang Fuliang felt it was a pity that they had to part ways after just meeting. He asked, Brother Su, what are your plans for the future? Su Yu said, I'm going to the demonic dimension. There are 2 things I need to do. Huang Fuliang's expression hadn't changed yet, but Emo Xiaochai's eyebrows were deeply knitted. Are you going to the demon world? What's wrong with that? Su Yu asked. Emo Xiaochai pondered for a long time. Then she said, Shall I go with you? Su Yu was startled. He didn't understand what Dai Xiaochai was trying to say. Looking at Huang Fuliang, he was also struggling. Did something happen to you? Su Yu asked as he sensed that something was amiss. After a long silence, Huang Fuliang said, Brother Su, have you ever thought about Xiaochai's identity? Su Yu took a deep look at Emo Xiaochai and shook his head slightly. She is a living creature with an extremely ancient lifespan. Su Yu still could not figure out his identity. According to the historical records, Emo Xiaochai was the one who presided over the coronation ceremony of the first 3 sovereigns. This could be traced back to 10 billion years ago. Living for more than 10 billion years was not something a sovereign realm expert could achieve. It's not very old, it's not old, Huang Fuliang said solemnly. Su Yu was shocked. Unaging and undying? Are there really immortals in this world? Yes. In fact, I didn't appear before the 3 sovereigns. Instead, I appeared during the period of the first sovereign. Emo Xiaochai's words were earth-shattering. She revealed a shocking piece of information. The history of the first Taiji sect master could be traced back hundreds of billions of years. Even a Tao Lord would find it difficult to have such a long lifespan, right? Then you are. Emo Xiaochai replied leisurely, I'm from the demon sovereign's bloodline in the demon world. Hearing this, Su Yu's pupils shrank. The bloodline of the demon emperor has been passed down since the creation of the world. They can live as long as the heavens and the earth, and decay as long as the sun and the moon. Emo Xiaochai said, they have a nearly immortal life. It's a blessing, but it's also a misfortune. Demon Emperor. Su Yu's heart was in turmoil. If he remembered correctly, the 9-tailed white fox in the 9-jade spiritual pearl claimed to be the Demon Emperor's concubine, right? He continued to listen without batting an eyelid. Emo Xiaochai touched her slightly bulging belly. My child also has the bloodline of the Demon Emperor. After it is born, it will be like me, immortal and immortal. However, there are only 2 ways for a fetus with the bloodline of the Demon Emperor to be born. One of the ways is to use the Tower of the Demon Emperor to activate the bloodline of the Demon Emperor. She did not mention that the other method might be very difficult. Su Yu said, what happens if we don't use the Tower of the Demon Emperor? The fetus that is born will not live past 1 night. The fetus with the bloodline of the Demon Emperor was at 2 extremes. It would either live forever, or it would only live through 1 night. Huang Fuliang's face was filled with pain. This is the only child between me and Xiaochai. I don't want it to die like this. So, we already had plans to go to the demon world. I just didn't expect Brother Su to also want to go. After listening to the reason, Su Yu slowly nodded. All right, let's go together. I believe that the supreme martial artist will have no objections if we bring 2 people with us to use the Rahu Heavenly Eye. The 2 explained and followed Su Yu back to the Ecliptic Palace. 5 years had passed since the beginning of time. 5 years of time was merely a negligible short period of time to the Ecliptic Palace that had never changed since ancient times. When he came back, everything was as usual. What was slightly different was that above the Ecliptic Palace, there was a huge mass of air circling faintly, covering the entire sky above the Ecliptic Palace. Its scale was unimaginably huge. If it appeared in other places, It could at least cross the distance of hundreds of five-star civilizations. With Su Yu's speed, it would probably take him about a year to cross it. Where did such a huge mass of air come from? As he was thinking, he felt a huge gust of Taoist will descend and wrap around him. The next moment, he, Huang Fuliang, and the other two appeared in the great hall of the Tianqin Pathmaster. He stood in the hall, looked up, and said, "You came back just in time. The Rahu Heavenly Eye is about to appear. Get ready." He glanced at Huang Fuliang and Mo Shaochai. He glanced at the former, and the latter stared at him for a moment. He was slightly surprised. The bloodline of the Demon Emperor? Mo Shaochai looked flustered and immediately bowed. "Greetings, Supreme Martial Artist." She was shocked. "So you could establish a relationship with the Pathmaster? What did he experience in the Ecliptic Palace? What was his ranking in the Ecliptic meeting?" "No need to be so polite." The Tianqin Pathmaster waved his hand and said, "Could it be God's will? Su, you will be accompanied by the bloodline of the Demon Emperor when he goes to the Demon Realm." There was a faint sense of coincidence in the unseen world. "Since all of you want to go to the Demon Realm, get ready together." A few days later, Su Yu, Huang Fuliang, and Mo Shaochai adjusted their state of mind. On this day, the huge air suddenly surged, and a huge rotating vortex appeared in the middle. In the vortex, a huge rotating eye suddenly appeared, and it made one scalp go numb. Is that a living thing?" Huang Fuliang asked anxiously. The Tianqin Pathmaster said, "The Rahu is a kind of creature that is between a living and a non-living creature. It has no fixed form and will follow a fixed path. Every once in a while, it will teleport to a region and stay for 3 days. We used its characteristics to achieve long-distance teleportation. As long as you hide in the eye of the Rahu, you can follow it to the next region, and the next region is the Demon Realm." In fact, the teleportation between the 6-star civilizations could no longer be satisfied by the inter-civilization transportation portal. Because the distance was too great, even the Pathmasters needed several years to travel, let alone the divine warriors of the universe. Therefore, the 6-star civilizations were basically built near the place where the Rahu appeared, and they used the Rahu's teleportation to achieve short-distance teleportation. Chapter 2071. The Tianqin Dao Master pointed 3 fingers at his forehead and drew out 3 beams of golden light, which shot into the chests of the other 3 people. The strong wind in the Luoho Heavenly Eye is so cold that anyone below the Dao Master level can't bear it. Only those who carry the Dao Master's Dao can suppress the strong wind, the Tianqin Dao Master reminded them. Then he waved his sleeves, and a heaven-defying tornado swept Suyu and the other 2 into the boundless sky. The Luoho Heavenly Eye, which seemed far away, was actually very far away. When the yellow path palace beneath their feet was as small as a speck of dust, the Luoho Heavenly Eye above their heads didn't seem to be getting any closer. They flew up with the wind. After several hours, when the yellow path palace couldn't be seen anymore, they finally arrived at the Luoho Heavenly Eye. Standing on the Luoho Heavenly Eye, they couldn't see the end of it. To their surprise, there was a sizable camp on the Luoho Heavenly Eye. All kinds of people were walking in it. It was very lively. It was far from what they had imagined. After thinking for a while, Suyu understood. The journey of many martial artists often took hundreds of years. Over time, many martial artists built temporary camps on it. It was normal for it to be on such a scale. "Hey, my 3 friends from the Tsangyang Mirror, are you looking to rent a cave?" As soon as they appeared, a shifty-looking, middle-aged man rubbed his hands and asked with a smile. Suyu had learned from the memory given by the Tianqin Dao Master that the Luoho Heavenly Eye was divided into day and night. During the day, it was the time for travelers to move around, but at night, it was very dangerous. Only special caves could resist the dangers of the night. The sky was about to turn dark, and the people walking outside the camp were in a hurry. They were hurrying to their lodgings. "Lead the way," Suyu said. The middle-aged man led the way with a smile. Before long, they arrived in front of a mountain. The so-called mountain was the dirt in the Luoho heavenly eye, which emitted a trace of the unique scent of the Luoho. As a beast, a faint trace of fear flashed through the purple eyes of the little Kylan. A deep cave was carved out of the mountain, and the cave was divided into 13 small caves. There's just one left. If you don't think it's too crowded, you can make do with it, the middle-aged man said with a smile. What's the price? The middle-aged man chuckled and said, The price is negotiable. 1 Tao coin per day. 1 Tao coin? Mo Xiao Chai's eyes widened. I'm not going to the demon world. I want to stay here and earn money. No, I want to rob money. Ordinary people would find it difficult to obtain even 1 Tao coin. Now, by providing a cave abode, one could earn 1 Tao coin every day. If this wasn't robbery, what was? Huangfu Liang was also surprised. Isn't it too expensive? The middle-aged man looked at the sky, which was almost completely dark, and chuckled. Then you can find another place to stay. On one hand, he was bullying them because they were new here. On the other hand, he thought that it was too late and they didn't have time to look for other caves. So he demanded a high price. Su Yu had an indifferent look on his face as he took out a Tao coin and handed it over. To avoid attracting attention, he did not take out his golden card. However, the middle-aged man didn't take it, and his face lost its previous politeness. He said in an ambiguous tone, I'm sorry, my cave residence is rented for at least 10 years. If it's 1 day less, then please find another place. Forgive me for not serving you. At this moment, the sky outside was completely dark. In the pitch-black night, a strange beast's roar could be faintly heard, which made one's hair stand on end. However, when one swept his soul outwards, he couldn't see through the darkness of the night. He didn't know what was inside. Mo Xiaochai and Huangfu Liang were furious. It was as if they were taking advantage of the situation. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have trusted this person to come here. Now, they didn't even have the right to choose. Now I've changed my mind. 2 Tao coins every night. The middle-aged man said with a faint smile. What? Huangfu Liang glared at him angrily. This was too much. 3. The middle-aged man crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at them. When Huangfu Liang was about to say something, Su Yu said indifferently, Okay, 3 a day for 10 years. Su Yu took out his golden card and handed over the 100,000 Tao coins. Haha, welcome to stay. The middle-aged man looked at Su Yu's golden card thoughtfully and said with a warm smile. Huangfu Liang's face darkened. Without saying a word, he entered the cave residence with Mo Xiaochai and Su Yu. After sealing the cave residence, Huangfu Liang said angrily, This is too much. They had been cheated by someone when they were not on guard. That was 100,000 Tao coins, a whole 100,000 Tao coins. Even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he wouldn't be able to get so many Tao coins. Mo Xiaochai also said, Su Yu, why should we give it to this kind of person? With the 3 of us joining forces, we don't have to be afraid of him at all, do we? Su Yu shook his head indifferently and looked around. Do you really think he dares to raise the price without any backup? Those who could enter the heavenly eyes of Luoho were all extraordinary people, who didn't have a trump card. Su Yu and the others were definitely not the first to be cheated. But the fact that the middle-aged man could survive until now was enough to explain the situation. He must have something to back him up. Hearing this, the 2 of them pondered for a while and agreed with him. But are we just going to let it go? Huangfu Liang was unwilling to accept this. He had been cheated, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Su Yu shook his head slightly. Just take it as paying for a lesson. He looked at Mo Xiaochai's belly and shook his head secretly. If he was alone, he wouldn't let it go so easily. But Mo Xiaochai was pregnant, and if the child was hurt during the conflict, Huangfu Liang and Mo Xiaochai would regret it for the rest of their lives. Huangfu Liang was filled with hatred, but he looked at his unborn child and gritted his teeth slightly. "I'll bear with this for now." The next day, the sky gradually brightened. As the roars of the beasts gradually faded away, Suyu and the others left the cavern. When they looked outside, they saw many claw marks on the ground. The shape of the claw marks was strange, and they emitted a dangerous aura. Staring at the claw marks, Suyu found them familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. "Hee, dear customer, did you rest well last night?" A middle-aged shopkeeper walked out of the cavern nearest to the cave with a smile. It would be a miracle if he had rested well. Huangfu Liang stared at him coldly. Suyu withdrew his gaze and looked at him. Then he went to another part of the camp with Huangfu Liang and the others. The thievish-looking, middle-aged man sneered to himself. "So what if I'm angry? No matter how powerful I am, I'll just have to bear with it when I'm on the Luoho." The camp occupied a vast area. What was even rarer was that there were many travelers here all year round. So a trading business had developed. Many travelers set up stalls in front of the camp. Because the people here came from different civilizations, the things they were selling were very unique to different regions. There were many things that Suyu couldn't recognize. The three of them browsed through the stalls and bought many things. Suyu rarely sold anything. He only bought a unique picture scroll from a stall that sold picture scrolls. Many powerful demonic beasts were sealed within the picture scroll. The lowest level was a 4-crown divine warrior, while the highest was a 5-crown divine warrior. The price was quite high. Suyu had to spend 10,000 Dao coins before the shopkeeper was willing to part with it. "Brother Su, you're really rich. You bought such an expensive thing without even blinking." Huangfu Liang clicked his tongue. Suyu smiled. "As long as it's useful to me, it doesn't matter how much it costs." The demonic sword technique had already been cultivated to the 8th style. Next would be the 9th style. He had spent a long time sparring with many strong men on the infinite stairs before he could slowly form the 8th style. The 9th style before him would require more actual combat in order to be cultivated successfully. This picture scroll with countless demonic beasts sealed within it was the ideal place to train. The three of them wandered around for a long time, and when the sky was about to turn dark, they returned to the cavern. Not long after, faint roars of beasts could be heard from outside the pitch-black cavern. It was unsettling. When the unknown beasts approached the cave, they all retreated because of the special scent emitted by the cave itself. They didn't dare to get too close, and they seemed very frightened. Suyu and the others trained in the cavern with peace of mind. He took out the beast map and activated it. A rotating space appeared in the center of the picture. Suyu's figure flashed and entered the picture. The picture looked like a cavern world, and there were many powerful demonic beasts inside. Their bodies were strong, and they had innate talents. The most troublesome thing was that many of them lived in groups. Suyu's eyes locked on the early stage 5-crown divine warrior demonic beasts in the picture. He took out the Azura sword and charged forward. Nameless. He slashed at one of the early stage 5-crown divine warrior demonic beasts with all his might. The demonic beast howled and rolled on the ground before standing up unscathed. Other than a shallow scar on its skin, there were no other injuries. Suyu was secretly surprised. They are indeed demonic beasts. If this sword had slashed at other early-stage 5-crown divine warrior creatures, they would have been cut in half. Only demonic beasts have incomparably strong bodies, so they can remain unscathed. However, for Suyu, it was better that they could resist attacks. Suyu held the hilt of the sword with both hands, pointing the sword straight up in front of his chest. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "The 9th style of the demonic sword technique, ultimate ruin." As the word ruin fell, the Azura sword seemed to come to life, throbbing with a bang. Layers upon layers of black sword shadows scattered from the Azura sword in all directions. The sword shadows contained an extremely domineering power. The demonic beast that was rushing over in anger suddenly sensed that something was wrong, and its eyes showed traces of fear as it retreated to avoid the sword shadows. However, it was too late, and it was still touched by a wisp of sword shadow. Creak! The demonic beast roared in pain, and where the sword shadow touched, a 3-inch long blood groove appeared, and the beast's blood flowed down continuously. This move completely enraged the demonic beast. It roared and rushed forward, spewing fierce flames from its mouth. Su Yu immediately dodging left and right, narrowly avoiding being burned by the raging flames. It took him a long time to shake off the demonic beast. Most of the clothes on his body were burned, and his hair was burnt. He looked extremely pathetic. However, his face was brimming with deep excitement. The 9th style was more powerful than expected. What he had just displayed was not even the surface of the 9th style, but the power that erupted was much stronger than the complete 8th style, and it directly cut open the demonic beast's hard skin.